Good, good. How about you? What's new? Yeah. You need sleeves though too. They're kind of hot to hold. Hi, Dave. Yeah. What areas do you work over? Uh, 199. But mainly insurance. It's an odd portfolio I have, but it's just sort of historically how I accumulated things. Around trying to figure out what Trump actually meant by elected for manufacturing. We didn't have a secretary.
Well, I mean that.
No, I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
Although I thought I saw him walking around the hall. Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah, not. I mean, I'm sure people have been talking to transition folks. It's not the same problem.
No, this is
You want to sit right there? You want to go there?
We can do both like with him.
Oh.
Around money.
I see you, man.
I'm more worried about the house.
Okay.
Purely from a person.
No jeering.
I think I get killed on that boat.
And we all know a lot about this subject. Don't we? How I
Hey, how are you doing?
we know so much. We don't pay no stinking taxes.
Yes, we do.
Well, no, we do, but I mean, business
But
taxes.
I mean, you look at that. You look at that house. All I see. Hey, Michael, how you doing?
It looks like Trump's cabinet, except for the women.
I lose all my deductions, and my tax rate doesn't dare change at all.
It doesn't know.
So I'm dead.
Well, because for us, the bracket is so huge
Yeah.
that no matter what you do, you still pay the same marginal rate.
Peter, we can catch up on that.
That's mine there. Yes, certainly.
Hey, how's life going? Good, good. Not yet, at least not directly for me. I think it has been very, very difficult to talk yeah, there's a lot of exactly trying to read up on every possible stuff. No. Yeah, we have a lot of sure, we're just keeping up with everything that's thrown out there. Okay, yeah, got it. How we keep quiet before it's violent. Okay, so you're shielded. Fair enough. Yeah. One of my more minor words, and I think it's a word or something. That's it.
You're worried about it? On my blog.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it's a question. I think it's a question. So,
Then we would have
I'm going to do it in origin. Hey, John.
Say hello to you. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good.
I have to see your blog. I haven't gone over there
You're
yet.
not.
No. Just tell me, don't give me anything because my hands are hot.
Yeah, but it's just
Tell me what it is.
taxationnetwork.com.
Okay, I can go.
I actually I did one 2 weeks ago on.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was going to say, take Brady's statements about how other countries border adjustments and value-added tax. He was
But the thing is, our income's actually
Yeah.
But also, if you look at the OECD numbers, the U.S. GIT as a percent of GDP is lower than
yeah, because we have much more money.
I
Don't
know.
look
It's an
That's the new administration, right?
no,
Don't
no,
look
but
at
those numbers.
Yeah.
You know,
Other than that,
shouldn't therefore cite those statistics. People don't see them.
But they do have CITs that are not border adjustable.
We get through this, we won't have to. Like that country or not. That's what it's all
But we have more.
I gotta get some of that. That was good. I wanted to say hello. But I'd love to continue this conversation.
I think we're on the same page. Brady's emphasized.
Hard to follow. Of course it's good.
it's the same as everything.
It was a good session.
It's very arbitrary.
Lots of space on this side. This is nice.
There are, actually,
Finding the right balance.
Clearly
All of this is going on.
Oh, fair. Yeah, they
another assumption is not I thought
I know the argument.
very
I just skimmed through it and I really thought that it was very was intimidating. It's like election,
But this one I almost started because by the time we finished
that's good. That's good.
working, the staff had really we didn't have papers to have I almost started to think maybe we should that's crazy.
They just try to open the door.
What a crazy way.
You know, like, you know that you're in the position, but you don't want to close it now. If you leave it to the WTO, it's find it out for 7 years, and then you have to change the system.
Why was it fixed last time?
That's the way. But, you know,
No, am I telling you, am I saying that you couldn't have a negotiation with them where eventually they would accept it? Yeah. But it's just like, I mean, and it really is. Wait,
Tax background either. It's interesting as well as it's nice. It's never going to go.
I don't understand. There are a bunch of people that work on the WTO that are just like living on Mars. Mars is involved in this.
And they're both. I think so.
So what do you mean? So their goal is old and fashioned.
Right. It seems as if it's only possible.
Like there is individual ones, but it's different.
PhD in history.
What about the tax on, I buy a car in Canada, drive it across the border? My tax? Don't you have to tax it? So, they depart from your plan. I was just talking to from Bloomberg about rounding. Tribune she wants to know, where does the donation base and stuff come from? Cash flow tax. It's huge. Because you've gone down this path years and years ago.
I feel like I haven't seen Tim in a while.
You trying to call. Right, I remember that.
Use your money.
Oh, I guess you said it was speculative in the long run.
Well, I
You said there's a piece necessary by that guy in Toronto. So he said, no, something like that. That's my question. Because he says not only is the WTO unlawful, but directly unlawful, substantive.
So what is WTO? No, I thought it was my parents.
Yeah, but okay, well that's what he's making that argument. That the deduction of labor affects subsidized export.
Well, like not.
Well, Krugman says that's what they do. Krugman says that's what I wonder. Like it is a legal matter, so I can read indirect draft. You practice law now too. Okay.
So you can make the argument. The question is,
Right.
are they going to defend that? No problem.
First time.
Right. But that's but but the interesting argument, which I don't understand, is it substantively, his argument is that substance is just a fact which ought to be order adjusted. That this guy, interpretation, which Toronto says no, substantively is a subsidy for labor. And sort of what Krugman said in the New York Times, but then he said, the blog in which he writes paragraph and summarizes but he said inputs is a subsidy. It's not just labor. I don't get it. You need to explain it.
Okay, great. Well, where do we put
It wasn't intended to do that.
There's a trash over there.
I'm not sure how much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Traynor, the Dean of Georgetown Law, and it's my privilege to welcome you to the Georgetown Law campus and today's conference on tax competition. And let me begin by extending a warm welcome to the International Tax Policy Forum, our co-sponsor of today's events. This is really, I have to say, looking at the program, knowing how timely this issue is, it's really extraordinary. So we're just so delighted that this event is happening here today. Let me start by thanking a few people. Two of our Georgetown Law faculty, Itai Grinberg and Lily Faulhaber, who just did so much to both organize and intellectually drive this program. Peter Merrill, the staff director of the ITPF, as well as a principal in the National Economics and Statistics Group at PwC. The University of Michigan's Jim Hines, who serves as the research director of the International Tax Policy Forum. And of course, John Samuels, the chair of the International Tax Policy Forum. So before I briefly introduce John, who will follow me at the podium, there are a couple things that I want to do in terms of welcome. I'd like to talk just for a couple of minutes about Georgetown Law's Institute of International Economic Law, IIEL, and note the significance of why we're gathered here today. So let me talk first about IIEL. Georgetown Law has long been a global center for the study of international affairs. And the Institute for International Economic Law it's a focal point of that study focusing on international economic law. It started in 1999, and its objective has been to facilitate thoughtful and scholarly research and teaching, to bring together stakeholder meetings and conferences in which public and private sector leaders can talk, and also to offer executive education on a broad range of subjects that concern the law of international economic activity. It was originally focused on trade. And one of the things that we have realized in the past few years is, that when we started in 1999, in some sense, the major action was in trade, and now it's broader. So the portfolio of the Institute has expanded to include leading capabilities and international renown in a range of areas, including tax, monetary affairs, investment and arbitration, sovereign debt management, and financial regulation and innovation. And the Institute actively approaches these fields as interrelated and at times overlapping policy spheres that impact how law is devised, practiced, and enforced. So that's the mission. Part of the work of IIEL, by its nature, involves understanding national rules and regulations on varying matters in order to gain a comparative perspective on global affairs. And since its inception, IIEL has worked closely with international organizations like the World Bank, the IMF, the United Nations, as well as foreign and U.S. governmental agencies and private sector stakeholders. Now, and IIEL's current programming reflects this expanded embrace of international economic law writ large. We have a robust international tax focus on the campus, and we're particularly pleased to welcome and to cooperate with the International Tax Policy Forum. So I was just so unhappy that I missed our inaugural event last year, and I'm just delighted to be here today. So why are we here today? I don't have to tell this audience that tax reform is top of the mind in Washington these days, among other things. As you all well know, countries around the world have been lowering corporate tax rates and increasing reliance on consumption taxes. And at the same time, recent efforts to limit income tax competition have reshaped the international tax landscape. So now, in the post-election landscape, the United States is considering major tax reforms, including those at the business level. So today, we're gathering this august group of experts together to consider global developments and examine possible ways forward for the United States. So with that as a context, we're especially delighted to welcome Kevin Brady, the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. He'll be on this campus talking to you at the conclusion of this program. And as you all know, Chairman Brady has a proposal of his own for how to take the United States forward. And we look forward to his keynote address. So, and now, it's my privilege to introduce John Samuels. John is the chair of the International Tax Policy Forum. He's a lecturer at Yale Law, and he's undoubtedly well known to everyone in this room. He's widely recognized as a highly influential figure in tax policy. He's been instrumental in helping build ITPF into a leading source of nonpartisan discussion of international tax policy issues. And John, I'd like to welcome you to the podium to add your own words of welcome and thoughts about today's program. So welcome all, thank you, and welcome John.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody, and I'd like to add my welcome to Dean Trainers. Thank you all for coming. I am John Samuels, the chairman of the ITPF, and we are really pleased to be co-sponsoring this conference with Georgetown, and I'd like to thank Georgetown for making this all possible. Now, we have a terrific program today, and in fact, we had to shut off registration. There are going to be 260 people coming. They're not quite here yet, but I suggest you, if you have a seat, when you leave it, save it. Now, I know you're all familiar with Georgetown and the important role it plays in fostering dialogue on important issues like the ones we're going to discuss today, important public policy issues. But and hopefully you're familiar with the ITPF, because in addition to sponsoring an active academic research program, we've been sponsoring conferences like this one for the last 25 years. But for those of you who aren't familiar with the ITPF, I'm going to spend a minute telling you just a little bit about it. The ITPF is a truly unique, represents a truly unique intersection between business, the academic community, and government policymakers. Now, we organized the ITPF in 1992, more than 25 years ago, with the principal mission of sponsoring independent academic research in the international tax area. There was very little done then. Peggy Musgrave's work was then current. And our goal was to develop a body of objective economic research on how tax policy affects cross-border capital flows and investments, that hopefully would help policymakers make more informed decisions about the design of the U.S. international tax system. And today, our research program is overseen by our distinguished and independent board of directors, who, in addition to Jim Hines, from Michigan, who is our director of tax policy research, includes Alan Auerbach of Berkeley, Mihir Desai of Harvard, Michael Gratz of Columbia, Matt Slaughter of Dartmouth, Michael Devereaux of Oxford University, and Michelle Hanlon of MIT. Now, we are really fortunate to have this enormously talented group of leading academic thinkers to help guide our research program and our conferences. And I want to be clear on a very important point, as I always am. It is the stated policy and practice of the ITPF not to try to even attempt to control or influence the subject matter or the conclusions of our academic research. Indeed, as I hope all of you appreciate, good academics simply wouldn't let that happen. Now, we've sponsored or co-sponsored many conferences on important issues of tax policy over the years, ranging from the effect of foreign direct investment on the U.S. economy to locating the source of taxable income in a global economy. And these conferences have spawned more than 30 academic papers that hopefully have advanced the state of our knowledge and contributed to a more informed and rational policy debate. Now, today we're going to be discussing another very important area of tax policy, tax competition. Now, it should come as no surprise to anyone in this room that in today's fiercely competitive global economy, countries are openly, aggressively, and unapologetically using tax policy as a powerful tool to compete for foreign investment, corporate headquarters, and jobs. Consider, for example, the explanation given by the Canadian government for why Canada was dramatically lowering its corporate rate. Here I quote the Canadian government. Our goal is to establish a broader corporate tax advantage for Canada in the treatment of business investment. Step one is to create a meaningful tax advantage over the United States, our closest economic partner. I'm sorry?
Closest economic friend as well.
Friend, but I'll repeat that. Step one is to create a meaningful tax advantage over the United States, our closest economic partner and friend. Step two is to achieve the lowest tax rate on new business investment in G7 countries. Or consider the recent statements by the UK government explaining why the UK was reducing its corporate rate, adopting a territorial system, and introducing a patent box regime. And here I'm going to quote the UK government. The government wants to send out the signal loud and clear that Britain is open for business. Our aim is to create the most competitive corporate tax regime in the G20. The government believes the corporate tax system can and should be an asset for the UK, helping to attract multinational businesses and investment to support the UK economy, and encouraging companies to locate the high-value jobs associated with the development, manufacture, and exploitation of patents in the UK. And I might note that Canada and the UK are not small islands in the Caribbean with little to offer other than warm weather, sandy beaches, waving palm trees, and low tax rates. Instead, these two developed countries have very stable governments, well-established rules of law. They offer world-class infrastructure, a skilled labor force, and major universities and research centers. And all of these factors make investing in these countries attractive even without the pull of tax incentives. But on the margin, their tax incentives make these factors even more powerful in attracting foreign investment. Now, some refer to this global tax competition for investment and jobs as a race to the bottom, which I guess it is if you define the goal of the race as countries trying to collect as much revenue as possible from taxing highly mobile, highly profitable capital at the corporate or entity level. But what if a country's goal in the race is not to try to raise as much revenue as possible from attempting to tax internationally mobile capital that today flows across borders like liquid mercury, something that countries might think is a fool's errand? What if instead a country's goal is to use its tax system to attract and retain capital investment to its own shores, to generate high-paying jobs and increase the standard of living for its citizens and residents? And by doing so, force other countries to tighten their belts and design more efficient tax systems. Then maybe the tax competition is not a race to the bottom at all, but maybe it's a race to the top. But whatever you think about this race, whether you like it or not, the fact is this race is a reality in today's competitive global economy. And the race is not only underway, but it's gathering steam. And there are no signs it is slowing down. I'm reminded of something my old boss, Jack Welch, used to like to say. You have to take the world the way it is, not the way you want it to be. Which begs the question, well, what can or should the United States do about this proliferating global competition? Can the U.S. afford to sit in the grandstands and watch the race unfold, as has been our penchant in the past in responding to competition from other countries? Or is it time for the U.S. to wake up and respond, and to design a tax system that would encourage capital investment, jobs, and headquarters to be located in the United States, or at least, at a minimum, one that would level the global tax playing field? And if the U.S. wants a level global tax playing field, maybe it's time for the U.S. to pay attention to what other countries have been doing to make their tax systems more competitive. Namely, as Dean Traynor said, by reducing their corporate income tax rates to attract investment and jobs, and increasing the rates of their VATs or consumption taxes to make up for any revenue shortfall. So, for example, the UK has reduced its corporate tax rate from 35% in 1986 to 17% today. That's a 50% reduction in rate. While at the same time, over the same period, roughly the same period, it's increased the rate of its VAT from 10% when it was first introduced to 20% today. So it's a 100% increase on its VAT rate. Now, how the U.S. should respond to this burgeoning tax competition is a fundamental and important question that demands full, open, rigorous, and transparent discussion and debate, exactly the kind of public discourse that we formed the ITPF to have. And this question is especially timely today, given that the United States stands on the brink of considering what may be the most fundamental reform of our business tax system in the nation's history. For example, the blueprint for tax reform that's being considered in the House of Representatives not only follows what other countries have been doing by reducing their corporate tax rates to attract investment and making up for the revenue shortfall by increasing their consumption taxes, but in the words of Kevin Brady, who's going to be our luncheon speaker today, the blueprint actually leapfrogs other countries by effectively replacing our corporate income tax with a destination-based cash flow tax. And paradoxically, and there's a big paradox here, in responding to tax competition of other countries, the blueprint may actually put an end to tax competition once and for all, at least with respect to U.S. companies. And that's because under the blueprint's destination-based tax, U.S. companies are going to be taxed where the goods and services they produce are sold or consumed, and not where they're produced. So efforts by countries like Ireland or Canada or the UK to attract investment from the United States by lowering their tax rates would be of no avail. So, because, for example, goods produced in Ireland and sold for consumption in the US would be subject to the same 20% tax rate in the US that they would if they had been produced in the United States. Ireland's 12.5% rate will have no effect in attracting US investment or R&D. Now, all of this reminds me of something Charlie Kingston, some of you may know him, an old, experienced, wise New York tax lawyer, said many years ago. Charlie said, the biggest mistake the U.S. made many years ago was when we had all the capital in the world, we should have reduced our corporate income tax rate to 12.5%, 10% maybe, to prevent Ireland and other countries from using their tax systems to attract or drain capital from the United States. Well, maybe Charlie was right, and maybe it's not too late, because as they say, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is today. So we're fortunate to have a blue ribbon cast of leading academics, economists, and top tax policy thinkers here with us today to help us consider the critically important tax and economic policy issues implicated and how the U.S. should respond to global tax competition, if at all. Now, it's going to be very surprising if all the participants in today's conference find themselves in complete agreement. In fact, I'm sure today's presentations will generate some lively and hopefully enlightening discussion. And in that spirit, I really encourage our large and well-informed audience to join in the discussion today. Because remember, where there's heat, there's often light. Now, finally, I would like to express my appreciation and thanks to Atai Grinberg and Lily Faulhaber of Georgetown and Dean Trainer of Georgetown, and to Jim Hines, the ITPF's Director of Tax Policy Research, and Peter Merrill and Allison Street of Price Waterhouse, who've helped make this conference possible. And I want to remind you that we're fortunate to have Kevin Brady here as our luncheon speaker, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and somebody who's thought a lot about the House Blueprint. He's one of its architects and certainly one of its biggest fans, sponsors. So now I'm going to turn the program over to Michelle Hanlon, who is going to moderate our first panel on tax competition and consumption taxation, a particularly, I think, relevant topic. Oh, it's Jim. They changed. All right, good. I knew that.
Put you here as a moderator. Lily, how about this? I'm just gonna here. Sneaking over here, Michael. How about that?
Well, we're going to get this train moving. The first session is BEPS and tax competition, and we have two terrific presenters. I will introduce them now, both of them now. The first will be Lily Faulhaber. She is an associate professor at Georgetown Law School. She has worked as an advisor to the BEPS project at OECD, so anyone with the slightest concerns about anything the OECD did should raise it with Lily after the talk. She was previously an associate at Cleary Gottlieb in New York, and she's a graduate of Harvard Law School. Our second speaker is Michael Smart. He is a professor of economics at the University of Toronto. He's the former editor of the Canadian Journal of Economics and has been a special advisor to the Canadian Department of Finance. For those of you who are concerned that we may not have bought American with that speaker, Michael has a PhD from Stanford. But we will start with Lily Faulhaber.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Georgetown, thank you all for being here, and thank you to the ITPF for having me here. So, as the first speaker on the first panel, I wanted to start with what seems like a basic question, but I think which in fact hints at many of the debates which are to come. And that question is, what is tax competition? So I think we can agree on the basic concept, which is that this refers to countries using their tax systems to compete with one another. But that basic concept starts to break down once you try to get more specific. And you can think of the issues underlying tax competition as having two elements. What is the competition over, and what is the competition for? So on the first point, what is the competition over? The most basic view is that tax competition is all about competition over statutory corporate income tax rates. But statutory rates are not necessarily what well-informed taxpayers are most responsive to. So the competition is often also over effective rates or preferential rates that apply only to certain taxpayers or to certain income. And on the second point, what are countries competing for, which John hinted at in his speech, the question is, that's even less clear. And the issue is it just for revenue, or is it for other resource flows? So firm location, people, skills, or jobs, or does it go even further? And is it for the spillovers that come out of those resource flows, like knowledge or innovation or corporate culture? And the reason that I begin with these differences underlying tax competition is that over the next few minutes, I plan to show that the absence of an agreed upon definition of tax competition means that efforts to stop tax competition oftentimes end up working at cross purposes because they're in fact trying to stop very different things. So to get to that, let me move on to my next point, which is that there are two basic ways to respond to competition from other jurisdictions. One way is just to compete, enter the competition. So lower statutory rates, change your base to change the effective rates, implement preferential regimes, redesign the tax system, or compete on non-tax elements. So compete on education or infrastructure. But the second way is to prevent competition, to either implement rules that make competition less valuable or to make certain forms of competition illegal or at least inconsistent with international norms. And most of the speakers today are going to focus on the first approach, entering the competition, how jurisdictions can enter the competition themselves. But I'm going to focus on the second approach, jurisdictions and international entities implementing anti-tax competition measures to prevent competition by other jurisdictions. And this is relevant not just because it offers an alternative approach, but also because this is where a lot of the developments over the past few years have taken place. So even though right now we're all focused on the blueprints DBCFT, many of the work in the tax competition area over the past several years has been on the anti-tax competition side. And what I plan to show is that the anti-tax competition measures that have recently been passed or proposed have themselves favored certain countries, which means that they have essentially set the playing field on which competition is going to take place. So there have been several trends in the past few years that I'm going to bring together. So first, there have been rules that are specifically focused on unfair or harmful tax competition. And these are based on a general agreement across jurisdictions, perhaps not NGOs, but across jurisdictions, that tax competition per se is not a problem. It's just an exercise of sovereignty for a country to set its rates or define its base as it sees fit. But there's also a sense that some narrower part of tax competition is itself harmful. And these rules are attempting to define what's harmful about that narrow definition, that narrow part of tax competition. Now, the second development or trend is that there have also been rules focused on tax avoidance. So, as we in this room know, unlike tax competition, which is between jurisdictions, tax competition involves taxpayers, and anti-avoidance rules, or tax avoidance, focuses on taxpayers, and anti-avoidance rules focus on preventing taxpayers from engaging in certain transactions. But as we'll see, most of the anti-avoidance rules have also focused on tax competition. And so they're also shifting the playing field in favor of certain jurisdictions, just as anti-competition measures are. And so these recent trends have happened on both a unilateral and a multilateral level. So I will start with the multilateral level. We'll start with the BEPS project. As we all know, this was a 2-year project to address international tax issues. And one of the minimum standards that came out of this was Action 5, which was the only action item that was explicitly billed as focusing on harmful tax competition rather than tax avoidance. And Action 5 had 2 outputs. The first, the nexus approach, essentially said that countries could only offer preferential rates on mobile income if that income arose from jobs, research centers, or other so-called substantial activities in the jurisdiction. So this essentially means that using your tax system to attract income without jobs is harmful, but using your tax system to attract jobs with the income is not. The second portion of Action 5 required countries to spontaneously exchange tax rulings that raised BEPS issues with other relevant countries. And so what this said is that secret tax rulings were harmful tax competition. That means that harmful tax competition, according to the OECD, can take the form of administrative interpretation as well as statutory rules or rates. But once such administrative interpretations are shared, once they're no longer secret, they're no longer harmful under Action 5. Now, at the same time, the European Union has also been going after harmful tax competition. So the EU adopted the nexus approach, which also views preferential regimes that attract income without jobs as examples of harmful tax competition. But the most recent development, or the most public development in this area, has been the recent state aid investigations. So you all know about these because of Apple. So these are the investigations that led to the Commission telling Ireland that it needed to recover 13 billion euros in back taxes from Apple. There are other investigations going on that are also focused on rulings granted to multinationals. State aid is based on an area of law that's existed in the European treaties since the early 1950s. And what it does is it prohibits government subsidies that distort competition within the European Union. And the EU explicitly presents the tax state aid investigations as preventing harmful tax competition. And the general idea with state aid is that any measure that provides a so-called selective advantage, a preference of some sort, can run afoul of the prohibition. Now, in the United States, the main focus has been on the recent decisions that involve US companies. But what I think is most interesting in terms of recent decisions are the cases that have said that progressive rates in and of themselves could constitute state aid. And if progressive rates can constitute state aid, then what this means is that any differential treatment of any group of taxpayers or any type of income within a member state can now rise to the level of harmful tax competition under these state aid prohibitions. And another development in the EU has been the proposed list of non-cooperative jurisdictions. This does not just focus on countries' tax rates, but along with tax rates, it also focuses on their ties to the EU, their tax governance, and whether or not they have preferential regimes. And this is notable because what it means is that the EU is exporting its vision of both tax good governance and what constitutes an acceptable rate outside of the 28, for now, member states. Now, at the same time that we've had all these anti-competition measures, there have also been anti-avoidance measures. And so what I think you can see from the rules that claim to be targeting taxpayers is that they're in fact going after jurisdictional competition in a different way. So at the OECD level, many of the BEPS action items other than Action 5 were focused on rules to prevent taxpayers from taking advantage of different treatment in different countries, or from shifting income out of certain jurisdictions. But many of the transactions or structures that these action items were designed to prevent or to limit were valuable to taxpayers because of reduced rates in the other jurisdiction. So if you think of CFC rules, interest stripping rules, and similar rules, they're premised on the idea that a taxpayer could engage in avoidance behavior only because other jurisdictions were complicit in this. They were the ones lowering their rates or taxing different income. So by taking away the ability, or proposing to take away the ability, for taxpayers to engage in these transactions, countries were targeting the avoidance transactions, but they were also trying to make tax competition, particularly competition over statutory rates, less beneficial to other countries. Now, at the EU level, the Council last June approved an anti-tax avoidance directive. And what this does is it makes some of the BEPS outputs that I just discussed mandatory within the European Union. So what this means is that these provisions in the directive are doing the same thing that the recommendations under BEPS were doing. They're making tax avoidance less beneficial for taxpayers, but also making tax competition, at least in the form of pure rate competition, less beneficial for jurisdictions. And the EU has also repackaged an earlier proposal into two proposals for a common base. And these, while presented as being focused on tax avoidance, are also targeting certain types of tax competition within the EU. So these proposals are the Common Corporate Tax Base, the CCTB, and the Common Consolidated Corporate Tax Base, the CCCTB. And the general idea is that they are common bases across the member states of the European Union. And if they come to pass, which is admittedly doubtful, but if they do come to pass, they will mean that member states can no longer compete on their bases. What this means is that member states can still compete over rate. And this is going to push competition within the European Union toward explicit rate competition, since base competition will have been reduced. Now, alongside all of these multilateral efforts, there are individual countries that have also implemented anti-avoidance rules. So the UK's diverted profits tax and the Australian multinational anti-avoidance law are the most commonly discussed ones. Those are the Google taxes. And while they're billed as anti-avoidance rules, they're targeted at multinationals who are doing business in other jurisdictions, but according to the UK and Australia, should have been doing business in the UK or Australia, or should at least have income allocated to the UK or Australia. And so what they're essentially doing is they're undermining the ability of other countries to compete against the UK and Australia. So given this, I think there are a few lessons to take away from both recent anti-tax competition measures and from anti-avoidance rules. So first, While recent efforts to curtail harmful tax competition claim to be about leveling the playing field, they're actually about shifting the playing field. And they're shifting the playing field in favor of certain types of countries. So the OECD's proposals favor countries that have the infrastructure and workers to attract jobs along with income, and also those countries who either compete based on statutory rates or who undercut their own statutory rates with something other than an administrative ruling. In the EU, the adoption of the nexus approach also favors countries that can attract both jobs and income. But the EU's other developments go even further than the OECD. So state aid is essentially pushing member states toward uniform countrywide statutory tax rates. And this favors countries who compete based on statutory rates without providing preferences or rulings that would vary from those rates. And the list of non-EU jurisdictions at the same time makes it harder for non-EU countries to compete, either by reducing their rates significantly below the EU average or by providing preferential regimes of any sort. Now, a second lesson, once we bring anti-avoidance rules into the story, is that although tax competition and tax avoidance are thought to be different issues, many of the recent anti-avoidance rules were in fact focused on tax competition. So rather than prohibit tax competition outright, the recent anti-avoidance rules instead try to prevent the transactions and structures that make tax competition beneficial to countries. And these rules again favor certain countries relative to others. So this is most obvious with regard to the unilateral measures. They favor the UK and Australia relative to other countries. But the BEPS and EU anti-avoidance rules are also shifting the playing field. At the OECD level, many BEPS recommendations focused on whether a jurisdiction had a certain level of activity or substance, thereby again favoring countries with the necessary infrastructure and people to attract jobs over those who can only attract income. But at the EU level, the common base proposals are pushing for uniformity across the EU. And since state aid eliminates differences within member states, this would encourage member states to compete over statutory rates, since they would no longer have the ability to compete over bases or preferential rates. So the EU's rules are favoring the countries that can both lower their statutory rates, but still maintain enough infrastructure and education to attract the jobs to their countries. So whether any of these rules will succeed or even be implemented for some of them is an open question, and competition on rates, base, and everything else may continue as it has historically. But as the rest of the panels focus on how different countries engage in this competition, I think it's important for us all to remember that many recent efforts to curtail tax competition or limit avoidance have in fact shifted the playing field on which countries are now competing. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the panelists.
Please hold your questions for now. We're going to have Michael Smart speak, and then there'll be time for questions for both speakers.
Better you than me. Hi, thank you very much. And it's nice to be here, nice to be back. Jim mentioned that my PhD is from Stanford. I've been back since then, to be honest, but I just wanted to apologize to the U.S. taxpayer for moving my intellectual property offshore. But please don't tax me at the border. That's all I have to say about that. But we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, as the day goes forward. My job is to talk about BEPS, base erosion and profit shifting, and particularly the OECD initiative as an economist. I'm going to talk a little bit about how I think the current initiatives fit into what we know about tax competition from an economic perspective. And as I see it, this initiative from the OECD and the G20, this is a major change. It's not a fundamental change, but it's a very significant change in the approach governments are going to take to international tax planning by multinational corporations. The primary goal, as Lily explained, I think extremely well, the primary goal is to target particular structures and particular vehicles that give rise to double non-taxation of cross-border investments. I think that's a welcome change for many people within the field. And it seems as though in spite of, frankly, some skepticism on my part in the past, it seems as though country actions really are coalescing around the OECD approach, and that was apparent in what Lily had to say as well. So I think this is real, and it's worth thinking about what it means for tax competition going forward. The important insight, I think, is that the BEPS approach, or the OECD approach, it preserves the traditional focus of international taxation on the source principle, that the income should be taxed where it is earned. And so it's interesting to think about how, within the context of a source-based tax system, how restrictions of the type being contemplated in the BEPS initiative, how it's likely to change the, what will the consequences, the ultimate consequences of this be, both for in terms of how the taxpayer will respond to the new rules that seem to be emerging, and how governments will respond. And so in talking about that, of course, I'm talking about exactly the subjects that Lily just talked about quite effectively, I think. I'll try to do it from an economist's perspective. And to me, the key message is, the law of unintended consequences, I think, does apply here in some extent. Measures that are intended to reduce tax avoidance and the economic distortions resulting from tax avoidance, to reduce tax competition among governments, may very well have unintended consequences because they're not hitting at the fundamental contradictions in a source-based tax system. So let me say a bit about how I see sort of the history of tax competition and corporate taxation over the last 20 to 40 years. Well, maybe this picture demonstrates it the best. What I've graphed here is, based on OECD data, the average statutory corporate tax rate in a stable set of OECD members since 1981. That's the blue line. Starts off at roughly 50%. Has declined steadily to today's average rate of about 32 or 33%. Notice there are a few episodes associated with that. There's a general trend down. We see changes post tax reform, late 80s tax reforms in the United States, followed by many other countries. But in the last 20 years in particular, we still see changes going on. Nothing as dramatic as in the past, but we still see countries continually reducing their corporate tax rates. Now, the red line, on the other hand, shows you OECD data on profit taxes as a percentage of GDP. And so there, of course, the story is quite different. In spite of the reduction in the statutory rates, we see quite a lot of stability in terms of that particular measure of effective rates. Now, there's a lot of caveats about this in terms of what both of those lines mean, I think. In particular, notice that, that to me is prima facie evidence that the tax competition is changing the business tax landscape in the world in dramatic ways. But of course, countries may simply be responding to domestic pressures rather than international pressures. And that makes a big difference, right? So it may be, from the point of view, I think, of a lot of economists, it's not per se undesirable to see corporate tax rates declining, insofar as the corporate tax should be seen as a source-based tax on the normal return to capital. That doesn't sound like a bad thing to a lot of economists. To the extent, however, that that downward trend is driven by the pressures induced by other countries having made similar changes or making similar changes, that raises the specter of a race to the bottom. And it's much less likely to be desirable from a conventional economics perspective. It's much less likely to be desirable to see countries cutting tax rates in that way, to the extent they're not doing it because of domestic policy concerns, but because of international pressures. In terms of revenues, a lot of caveats in terms of what that a number means. What looks like a shareholder level tax in one country will look like a business tax in other countries. It's not really clear to me that we can interpret this as saying that everything is okay in terms of the revenue take governments are getting from taxing businesses. I don't think that immediately follows, but I'll go as far as to say this. This doesn't look like a crisis to me. Tax avoidance and international tax planning certainly have expanded quite dramatically over the period that I'm showing you. But there's no evidence based on those data that there's somehow a crisis in terms of the revenues governments are getting from taxing mobile investments. Now, those observations are about general rate tax competition, broad-based competition of the type that Lily has described. But a lot of this does seem to be as well about specific preferential tax regimes and tax preferences that are aimed at the mobile income of multinational enterprises. And that is a really interesting subject. We see a lot of measures within the tax systems of OECD high tax countries that quite clearly target what looks like mobile profits of MNEs. In particular, we see specific headquarters tax regimes in some countries that might or might not survive state aid investigations from the EU. weak CFC rules or even non-existent CFC rules in a lot of countries clearly tend to favor locating headquarters and headquarters-related activities in particular countries. The rise of patent boxes, innovation boxes over the last 10 years, certainly part of this trend towards targeted tax competition at the mobile components of corporate income. The bilateral tax treaty networks, there are a lot of bilateral policy reasons why governments would want to expand their treaty networks, as we've seen many countries doing over the last 20 years. A lot of reasons why that really ought to be done, but there is this potential for the networks to have spillover effects on other countries due to treaty shopping and other kinds of treaty abuse. And so this also, I think, is an example of targeted tax competition aimed at multinationals. And then lastly, of course, hybrid mismatch arrangements seem to do exactly this. It's a way that tax systems, the tax codes of OECD countries have evolved for permitting the shifting of mobile income without direct tax consequences. Now, I've written here that in many cases, governments appear to have been slow in acting to deal with these issues. I mean, I guess that's a mild way of putting it. I think what we're saying is that many of these measures are purposive. The governments have designed them, whether for domestic policy reasons to favor multinational enterprises operating within their borders, or because of the pressures induced by competition with other countries. These are elements of tax avoidance that firms are undertaking, really because governments have designed their tax systems to facilitate it. And I think that's an important point to bear in mind. So what does the BEPS initiative do? In a nutshell, the goal, I think the overarching goal is to restrict tax avoidance opportunities within the existing tax codes of member states and to deal with non-member states to the extent that they're part of this problem as well. The focus is now on double non-taxation of cross-border investments in contrast to last century's focus on double taxation of cross-border investments. There's a lot of content in the action items produced by the OECD, specific and substantive actions that dealing with patent box regimes, that deal with debt shifting strategies of corporations through the imposition of newer and I think more effective thin capitalization rules, specific actions on hybrids, which frankly I don't understand, and provisions for countries to adopt new and tighter CFC rules to deal with some of these issues associated with hybrid vehicles and shifting of income among members of a corporate group. There's also a number of other elements that tend to emphasize international coordination issues, transparency through information reporting and information exchange, and so on. So I think the important point to stress here is that the overarching goal is to tighten the link between reported incomes of taxpayers within a country and the economic substance that's actually happening within that country. The idea is to defend and reinforce the source principle of taxation in this global world in which income is more mobile than in the past. And so, that's a key idea. It's a sensible idea, but it's not clear, I think, what the implications of tightening the source principle in that way, what the implications will be for tax competition and for taxpayers going forward. In particular, I think we have to think about how the taxpayer is going to respond to this and how governments are going to respond. Lily's talked about some, I think, very closely related ideas here. What I want to emphasize above all is that if we think that these reforms will lead to tax liability within a country being more tightly tied to the economic substance of the activities of the taxpayer in that country, then that means that that profit shifting opportunities will not be what they were before. And in particular, forgive me, I managed to skip over what I think is an important distinction that I want to make here. And that is that we should think about international tax avoidance as having really two dimensions. And that is that multinationals can respond to taxes both through changing their real business location decisions, the economic substance of what they do around the world, and through pure avoidance activities, which is to say profit shifting activities of one kind or another. And both of those kinds of tax avoidance obviously have implications for the revenues that high tax countries are going to get from the corporate tax systems, but they may have very different ultimate economic implications. It seems to me that if it's easy for multinational groups to shift profits across countries, then it becomes less important for them to think about outsourcing actual real investment decisions, right? And so this distinction between profit shifting or pure avoidance activities and outsourcing or real location decisions seems to be really important for thinking about how this system works. Now, this link between the ease of profit shifting and the relative undesirability of moving real plant and equipment and real employment into low tax jurisdictions is something that people have been talking about within the economics literature for a number of years. Both I and Jim and our co-authors have worked on this topic, so have a number of other people, but they're not on the podium, so they didn't get onto the slide. I don't think, frankly, that we have strong empirical evidence about this link, the idea that allowing profit shifting, that as profit shifting becomes easier, that outsourcing pressures get weaker. I don't think there's strong evidence for that. I think there's very good anecdotal evidence of specific cases in which that's been happening. I think there's some statistical evidence for it. But it seems to be a very important channel that we have to think about in evaluating all of these proposals, right? And so the question becomes, are governments tolerating profit shifting through the mechanisms I described, essentially because they see it as the way to win the tax competition game, get the jobs as well as some of the revenues, to reference what John Samuels was talking about. And so forgive me for skipping over that. In that context, how do we think about how multinationals will respond to this change? If tax becomes more tied to economic substance because we've clamped down on profit shifting, then it means that real investment would have to move to avoid taxes. And so that creates this potential for greater economic distortions associated with a system that clamps down on profit shifting. Even as the BEPS project might well enhance revenues of high tax countries, it might worsen the economic costs of the tax avoidance that's still going on. And a key example to think about that certainly is the OECD's proposals on patent boxes. If we're going to use a nexus approach of one kind or another to define how to allocate income from IP across these patent boxes, then that certainly is going to change the incentives for investing in R&D within a particular country. And that matters a lot to governments. And the evidence is so far it matters more to governments than the revenues themselves. Another example of thin capitalization rules, I think you can follow the same logic there. That's going to increase the marginal effective tax rate on investments across borders to the extent it's successful. Well, how are governments going to respond to here? I think I'm saying the same as Lily, or at least I'm touching on the same issues as Lily has raised. If we see greater outsourcing pressures because profit shifting channels have been shut down, then we might actually see more downward pressure on rates. Now the statutory rates become much more important to the decision of where to locate your activities. And so it's not clear that this will lead to less general rate competition than before. Quite plausibly would lead to more. As well, if existing targeted tax regimes, the narrow kind of tax competition we have today is no longer possible for governments, what alternative will they have other than general rate competition? Or maybe they'll think of something else new. Of course they will. And it will probably be worse than what happened in the past. That's a cynical statement. It's partly based on research by some people who are here in the room, and I hope we can talk about what that would involve. Now, let me just offer some concluding remarks in about 1 minute about the source principle and what I think this key principle of how we tax income around the world, what it has to say about the income distribution, the ultimate incidence of taxes in the income distribution within our countries. The idea here is to preserve the source principle, and it's not clear to me that the source principle can be saved. It's not clear to many people in this room that the source principle can be saved, nor perhaps that it should be saved. So I'd just like to, we're going to talk a lot about this, I think, going forward today, but I'd like to get the first crack at some of these issues. From an economics perspective, I think that it's not clear that you want to tax mobile capital. You don't want to tax the normal return on mobile capital, and that's particularly true if through other measures we can maintain shareholder level taxation on a residence basis. That's not just a good second best to the existing corporate tax system, it's probably preferred in many ways in a global economy. Now, I think there's still a role for business taxes, and that role for business taxes really is about reinforcing personal level, individual level taxation of shareholders, and maybe taxing economic profit before it goes offshore. And so that probably does mean the returns to intellectual property, and I am from Canada, resource rents are very important to think about in this context. How can we tax resource rents before they leave the country? The corporate tax has a role there. Now, just to offer some quick observations on the source principle versus the destination principle, I hope we will talk about these issues going forward today. if governments aren't going to be able to tax mobile capital because of these pressures, what are we seeing instead? It seems to me that there's now pretty strong evidence that the ultimate economic burden of our existing corporate taxes lies on workers to a large extent. And that happens, of course, because outsourcing pressures due to corporate tax competition exert direct downward pressure on wages. They also lead to reductions in capital intensity of our domestic production processes and lower productivity. And so if workers are already paying the corporate tax indirectly through changes of that kind, then we have to think about the ultimate distributional implications of alternatives sort of through that lens. And all I would say, if I may, about the destination principle is that it's not clear to me that that moving from taxing workers to taxing consumers, I think, has complex distributional implications. And we should think about those alternatives in designing the system. It's, to put it in a nutshell and then get off the stage, the question I hope we can talk about going forward is whether a tax that makes it easier for Apple to keep jobs within the United States, a tax reform that allows Apple to keep jobs in the United States. I would like to think about the implications of that for the domestic wage and income distribution. And those within nation considerations, I think, are important going forward. Thank you very much.
We have -2 minutes for questions, but since we're in Washington, we plan to run a deficit and just hand the debt to the next generation, and also note that we inherited a debt from the previous sessions. So, but if people would like to ask questions, I think with the way we have it set up, there are microphones that are you need to stand up and stand behind one of those microphones. And if you would say who you are and then ask your question.
I'm Brian Galley. I'll be brief. I teach here. Michael, you mentioned the idea that we should recognize the principle that we shouldn't tax mobile capital. I just wonder whether it's a good idea for governments to announce that principle, in the sense that it seems to me that it's very similar to announcing that you're planning a series of future tax holidays. That is, if we think that the extent to which businesses can become mobile can be manipulated by the business, I wonder whether announcing that you're going to be more generous to mobile businesses tends to shift investment to forms of business that can be made more mobile.
Well, I think that is part of the strategy associated with this. John Samuels unfortunately named and shamed Canada as a practitioner of this in the world economy over the last 15 years. I think that's right, but I think it is purposive. It's part of the design of the system, just as with formal tax holidays, is to announce to businesses that investing today at relatively high tax rates, generating write-offs at high tax rates under our current corporate tax system, the income associated with that will be taxed at lower rates in the future. So I think that may not be desirable from a global perspective, but it's definitely part of the design of tax competitive policies at the nation level.
We've now already had a reform, and so now if people in the audience will put their hands up, anyone who wants to ask a question can put their hand up, and the Georgetown staff will be right there with a microphone the instant your hand is up. Okay, we are moving on. So our next session is on the economic effects of international tax competition, and Mihir Desai is the moderator.
I got a water, I think. Thank you.
Another water.
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Alex. That's great.
Want two or what?
One's going to do it. One's going to do it. Thanks.
Sure. All right. And you got your slides up? You got it. They're putting your slides up right.
Great. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. So we have a wonderful panel. In fact, in particular, we have Ron Davies here to present a paper and Roseanne Altschuler to discuss it. As you already know, we're running late. But since we knew that we were following Jim, we budgeted for that. I wanted to dive in and introduce both of the speakers. Ron Davies is also, to some degree, some imported foreign talent. He is an expert in international trade and taxes, and he's been most recently based at University College of Dublin. He's going to be providing us with a presentation. And then we have Roseanne Altschuler, who many of you in the room will know in various permutations, perhaps most importantly these days as the senior economist on the 2005 panel. So she'll be providing some comments. So please, Ron.
Cheers. So I was asked to talk a little bit about the welfare implications of tax competition. So I will admit straight off, I don't know why this keeps moving forward. The other thing I will admit is I'm actually not a tax economist. I'm a trade economist. But I spend a lot of time thinking about foreign direct investment and pie. And so, when I started thinking about this, what is it that I want when I think about welfare? What I want is pie, right? What is pie? Pie is good. Pie is nice. Everybody wants pie. And when we think about sort of the issue of tax competition, oh, thank you. When we think about the issue of tax competition, what I think about is, how big is this pie and who gets how big of a slice? And when we're thinking about sort of the issue of tax competition for foreign direct investment in particular, we might start thinking about, the pie being things like jobs, growth, income. And what we're interested in, didn't fix it, is who gets what share of that pie. I'm just going to do it this way. Maybe that'll stop it. And when we think about who gets what share, we're certainly interested in the issue of cross countries. We're interested in the issue of public versus private hands, something Michael already sort of alluded to. And we're also interested in sort of different groups within an economy, different tax bases, consumers versus firms. In particular, I think we're also interested in different firms, even within a sector. And so, to answer this question, what does tax competition do to welfare? We have to sort of say, okay, first off, what does competition do to policy? And then what does policy changes due to the size of the pie and who gets how big a share of that? And sort of my main argument is at the end of this, when I thought about this for a while, is that I think the main debate that we need to be talking about is how we distribute the pie across different countries. I think that's the biggest focus on the economic welfare implications of tax competition. And now it's not doing anything. There we are. So what does tax competition do to policy? It's sort of tough going on third because, Michael already showed you the top graph, which is average tax rates within the OECD over time. And what we've seen is they've definitely come down. There's no question about this. And there's good evidence to suggest that tax competition has at least played a role in that. But for myself, and this goes back to some of the stuff Lily talked about, I'm not talking about tax competition as just about the statutory rate. It's the overall tax climate. It's the overall environment. One thing that there's a lot of discussion about right now is the issue of patent boxes, knowledge boxes. In Ireland, we call them the innovation box. And there's competition there, I think, as well, not just in what we're going to call this thing, and not just in the rates that are going to be applied, but in particular, what income is going to fall under there and what degree of scrutiny will firms across different locations face in order to avail of the box. Another thing where I haven't seen people talk about the notion of competition yet, but I think we will, is in the issue of advanced price agreements, or sometimes you might call them advanced tax rulings, ATRs. These things are clearly on the rise, and that's the bottom graph. So take the first two columns, that's the US. The darker line is in 2009, where there were about 100 of these things in force. 3 years later, we were well over 1,000 of these things in force. So we're seeing a big increase in firm-specific tax policies. And if we think about the Apple case, they're very clearly looking at this as aggressive tax competition on Ireland's part. So for me, it's very much about the overall tax environment, not just the rates. And I want to be clear about that as I move forward. So, okay, if it's going to bring down the tax burden on firms, what does this do to the pie? Let's start with the distribution of the pie. So the red line, it gives you the share of tax revenue relative to GDP within the OECD. And this, Michael already showed you sort of the end of that graph, but what we see is it's actually gone up. And when I think about foreign direct investment and the rise of the era of FDI, which is pretty much sort of late 80s, early 90s where it kicks off, we might have seen sort of a trailing off of that increase, but we haven't seen a big dip in tax revenues relative to the overall size of the economy. So I think concerns about the distribution between public and private hands is perhaps not where the argument needs to be. Well, what about groups within a country? The blue line gives us some indication of that, which is, again, the share of corporate tax revenues relative to GDP across the OECD. And again, especially when the era of FDI kicks off, we actually see this thing goes up, not a market decline. So yeah, the economic crisis threw all sorts of things into a tizzy there at the end of the picture, but I don't see, to use Michael's words, a crisis in the distributional effects between firms and, say, other tax bases. But this doesn't mean that there still aren't distributional concerns. And I do think there are reasons to be aware of potentials for within group shifts. So we can think about this in terms of high skill versus low skill workers, if this is affecting what kinds of firms go different places. But I also think that what we are seeing more discussion of at the moment is the distribution of sort of the fairness across firms, even within a given industry. Because, you know, being from Ireland, the Apple tax case is kind of a big deal at the moment. And if you look at where the Commission is pushing forward on this, it is about a selective application of the law that causes damage to competition. And basically, they're saying Apple got more of the pie than they should because of the way the law was applied. And if we think about advanced price agreements or advanced tax rulings, that's precisely what these things do. They are, by definition, firm specific. And so that also will have, even within industry, distributional consequences. And that's something I think we need to be aware of. But I don't have great data on those sorts of things, so I'm not going to talk about that anymore. The thing I will talk, though, about is the allocation across nations, because that, I think, is one situation where we do have clear-cut evidence that tax competition affects the distribution of the pie across countries. And here, what I want to focus on is the notion of the benefits of foreign direct investment, not just the number in terms of the dollar or the euro amounts of FDI, because those are very different things. So how do we measure sort of the benefits of foreign direct investment? There are lots of different ways. We can talk about profits. We can talk about the number of investments, the number of firms, capital employment. We can even now start talking about the issue of patents. And in particular, again, going back to the Irish situation, the issue of the number of firms, I think, is a really important one, because there we are directly talking about the competition within the markets. But either, it doesn't really matter how you measure foreign direct investment. What the data is real clear on is multinationals don't like taxes. You know, if we look at host country tax impacts, there are thousands of papers out there. And they all really point to the idea the higher the host country tax, the less foreign direct investment, however you want to measure it, you tend to get. What we are starting to see more attention to in the empirical literature is the impact of the home country tax. So there's a paper by Barros and some co-authors, and two papers that I'll talk about in just a minute, not just because I wrote them and already know what they're about. But what we tend to see in the data is that the higher the home country tax, the less outbound foreign direct investment, which is the exact opposite of what certain administrations are suggesting, that if you cut the US corporate tax rate, you'll have a reduction in outbound FDI. The data suggests it will go up. And that seems a little bit paradoxical, because we tend to think that the reason investment is flowing out is to escape high taxes at home. But what I think the data is telling us is that if you have lower domestic taxes, you're leaving more money in firms' pockets. What do they do with that money? They invest it. Part of that investment happens overseas, outbound FDI goes up. And so we need to be aware of this sort of paradoxical outcome if you want to start taking some of these ideas to policy. So there are two papers I want to talk a little bit about. The first of these really tries to get at the issue of this issue of competition effects from tax competition in terms of competition between firms. Because when we look at aggregate FDI, your tax rate goes up, you get less inbound aggregate FDI. But is that because you're getting fewer firms or smaller firms? And if we think about what the competition among firms, how that varies across these two, you can get very, very different kinds of outcomes. So I have a paper with a couple of co-authors, Julia Zeidschlag and Zuzana Studnitka, where we're looking at intra-EU foreign direct investment between 2004 and 2013. And what we're really trying to do here is we're trying to think about how do various factors influence whether or not a given multinational invests in a given country, and if they do, how big that investment's going to be. And what we find is long-run home and host taxes reduce the amount of foreign direct investment, just like everybody else. But the one thing we're able to tease out of this is that most of the impacts are on the choice of whether or not to invest. If you increase your host tax, you're going to get less inbound FDI. 85% of that, roughly, is coming from fewer firms, not smaller firms. If we think about home taxes, if you increase your home tax, you send out less FDI. About 2/3 of that effect is because you're sending out fewer firms, not smaller firms. So this really has implications if we want to think about competition, in particular in relatively non-competitive markets like smartphones, that sort of thing. So one thing we need to recognize is part of what we're talking about is competition for firms, not necessarily what you might call investment as a euro or dollar number. The other thing I want to highlight is there's a big distinction between how the foreign direct investment occurs. And we all sort of know this. There's greenfield foreign direct investment where you're building a brand new factory, and then there are mergers and acquisitions. And for a long time, we've had this idea in the back of our heads that most foreign direct investment is taking place through mergers and acquisitions. What these two pictures give you is, depending on which way you're looking at, the one on this side on my screen on the left is greenfield across the globe. The other one is mergers and acquisitions. And what we've seen is over the past 15 years, greenfield FDI in terms of the number of investments has become the dominant type of foreign direct investment. In particular, what's led to that trend is if you look at the green part of that graph, that is what's going from developed countries to developing countries. That's the big driving force there. Mergers and acquisitions on the other side, you can see that the bulk of that is actually between developed countries. So one distinction, though, is greenfield investments about 63% of the investment projects, but they only make up 20% of the investment. Mergers and acquisitions are still, in terms of dollar amounts, the bigger part of the story. So we've got these two different types of investments. Maybe taxes affect these things in different ways. So there's a paper by Becker and Foyce, which is a theory paper that says, well, mergers and acquisitions may not be that much affected by tax advantages. And the reason why is if you're trying to buy me, and I know part of the reason you're trying to buy me is because of a tax advantage, I'm just going to jack up the acquisition price. And so we take this idea to the data. So this is some work I've done with Rudolph Desbordes and Anna Ray. And that's exactly what we find. Greenfield foreign direct investment responds to taxes. If the host tax goes up by 1%, the amount of FDI they get in greenfield investment goes down by 1%, no change in mergers and acquisitions. If we look at the home tax goes up by 1%, the amount of FDI they send out goes down, again, by about 0.7%, no impact on mergers and acquisitions. Well, that's all neat, right? Who cares? The reason we care is greenfield FDI and mergers and acquisitions have different impacts on the size of the pie. If we look at labor markets, one of the reasons we might talk about trying to attract investment is to increase employment. Greenfield creates labor market effects, mergers and acquisitions, not so much. If we look at per capita income growth, this is Harms and Milne. They find mergers and acquisitions don't affect per capita GDP, whereas greenfield investment does. We also find that differential effects on local investment. And in particular, if you bring in FDI in greenfield investment, it seems like it actually crowds in domestic investment, although the literature does have a bit of conflict there. But the other thing is to remember that outbound FDI also has positive productivity effects back home. And so if we're going to sort of think about tax competition bringing down tax rates at home and in the host, that increases total FDI, that would tend to increase productivity growth. And so I put all this together and I start thinking, well, it looks like the pie is going to get bigger with tax competition. Now, what about patent boxes? There's not a whole lot of evidence in this yet, but there are a couple of suggestions. So one is what we see is that if you have a 1 percentage point reduction in the tax under the patent box, it seems like it increases patent applications by about 3%. Bigger pie, but it doesn't affect the location of the research and development. So it doesn't seem like it's having a big distributional effect. The other thing that we do tend to see is that, again, patent boxes are about rewarding the income of a successful innovation. And there's some research by Ernst, Richter, and Riedel that suggests that if you incentivize firms by lowering the tax burden on the income earned through a patent, that actually leads to a better quality patent measured by patent citations. So patent boxes may well have important effects in terms of growth. APAs, there's not a whole lot of evidence because these things are secret. There's some theory evidence suggesting that there may be efficiency gains from doing it. I did read a paper on the way over that looks at the tax rate for firms that were outed under LuxLeaks. These guys have about a 4% percentage point lower effective tax rate, according to these authors' calculations. So that might have an impact. So tax competition seems to lower the tax burden. The pie gets bigger. That's great. This seems to benefit the home country. It seems to benefit the host country, but it leaves out all the other countries. It leaves out the non-hosts. And so tax competition is going to shift benefits across the hosts. And this is going to be particularly true for the valuable greenfield foreign direct investment. And I think that needs to be the primary part of the conversation. If we're worried about tax competition, we need to think about the distributional effects, which Lily has already brought up. And in particular, if we look at the OECD and the EU, the discussion, they're very clear. They're trying to stay away from talking about tax rates, but about stopping unfair tax competition, which is this disassociation between where real stuff happens and who gets that pie. But again, we need to recognize that we're talking about leveling the playing field, but the pitch, the playing field, I've got rugby on the mind. Tomorrow's the start of Six Nations. The pitch is already uneven. Taxes matter, but they're not the only thing. If you look at the World Bank surveys, 75% of firms say access to consumers is critical in where they choose to go. Half of them say worker quality, wages, energy costs are critical. Trade and cultural barriers matter, but only a quarter of them list taxes as a critical factor in the location decision. And actually, I did a paper with Neil Killeen where we looked at shadow banks, these non-bank financial entities, most of which don't actually have employees. They're still affected by the distance between countries, size of the destination country, common language, even though they don't have employees. The one place where you would think taxes would be the one and only thing that matters, they're still not. Why does this matter? Some countries, from an Irish perspective, we could argue will have unfair natural advantages. Germany's always going to have the edge because it's central, it's big with great infrastructure. And if you take taxes out of our hand, what the Irish government would argue is that is in and of itself unfair. And so if we're going to try to eliminate this harmful tax competition, we need to be aware of the distribution of the rents of the pie across countries. Because if you don't take that seriously, I think it has a real significant possibility of hindering the entire discussion. The other thing I want to raise is the possibility of second best competition. If we take tax competition out of the mix, it's likely governments will compete in other types of policies. So there's evidence that countries compete in labor standards. So I did some work with Krishna Vadlamanati, where we look at labor rights measured by collective bargaining protections, and we find that countries compete in those. There's a whole raft of studies looking at competition and environmental standards. And so if we take tax competition out of the mix, I think there's a very real danger that we might well shift competition towards things that do reduce the size of the pie rather than increase the pie. And we've seen this happen in trade. We had tariffs, which are clear, easy, transparent. We got rid of those, so we started using quotas, started to get rid of those. Now we're in all of these non-tariff measures, non-tariff barriers to trade that are a complete nightmare. And as we in Ireland face Brexit, how we deal with these non-tariff barrier things and negotiate those in was probably somewhere around 25 months. That's kind of a big deal. So I think we need to be aware of that as well. So to wrap things up, if we look at it, what I think we see is tax competition, lower tax burdens. I don't think that's controversial. I think the evidence seems to suggest this does tend to increase the size of the pie, but it does tend to shift the pie towards low tax hosts. If we want to sort of get back to this notion of fair competition, we've got to be aware that it's still an uneven playing field. And if we're going to get international cooperation to buy into these agreements and enforcement of these agreements, we've got to be aware of that. And then I think we do face a legitimate concern that shifting away from tax competition could result in second best competition, as well as the second best sorts of outcomes Michael hinted at in terms of altering where real activity happens. And that's something we need to be aware of. Thank you.
And now we have Roseanne to discuss Ron's work.
Not sure where I am. You know?
You want me to try that?
Yeah. Is it? I'm sorry. Huh? Yeah. Is it on a timer or something?
No, I don't think so. It shouldn't. It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Yeah, just go from there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Great, this is going to work fine. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a real privilege to be part of these conferences. And I think this is a very interesting and provocative presentation. I also think that Ron got a difficult assignment, welfare and tax competition. That's a real big think question. What I've done is I've divided my comments into two sections, what I like and what I'm not sure I like, which really means where I have some questions. And so what do I like? And this is really irresistible. Paraphrasing the 1980s rock band Warrant, I like cherry pie. But I'm hoping most of you remember that. In all seriousness, because otherwise it's really out there.
Yeah.
What I liked was Ron's focus on the pie. Its size and how it's divided, I think, was a good vehicle for him to talk about some of his new work on the impact, new work with authors whose names are impossible to pronounce, I should say, on the impact of taxes on the investment behavior of multinational corporations. So he discusses work with Zeitschlag and Studnicka that finds that taxes impact the number of firms in a country. And in his presentation, he suggests that there could be a competition story here. Tax competition, by decreasing effective average tax rates, can lead to more firms in a country, and Ron suggests greater competition. And I think this is interesting, but I think he needs to push it further by looking at concentration ratios within industries, markets, whatever, before we can even begin to think about implications for tax competition on market competition. And I think this points out really that we need to be doing our analyses in models of imperfect competition. We just don't do that enough. We know that multinationals, for the most part, are competing in not perfectly competitive markets, but markets that are imperfect for sure, and our analysis doesn't always reflect this. Now, another thing that could be going on here, so I think this is an interesting story to think about. Another thing is that they could just be attracting exporters. Harry Grubert has found this in some of his work. Host countries are competing for exporters. It's the exporters that are getting the lowest tax rates. Hosts don't want firms that compete with their domestic counterparts. So the new firms that Ron are finding, maybe some of them are exporters. So that's, I think, an interesting question. Let me hit on two other results of his that are interesting, but I think need further exploration. This is on greenfields. He and his co-authors find that taxes only affect greenfield investments. It's surprising, given the intense focus on taxes and inversions in the U.S., and also when we see a country like the UK that seems to be all about attracting headquarters. And Ron points in his, well, I guess he didn't in this discussion, but he talked to me about a paper by Becker and Fust that seems to suggest that the tax savings from M&As are somehow capitalized into acquisition prices. I'm not sure I buy this. And I don't really think we should walk out of the room convinced that taxes have no impact on M&As, particularly because I think there's literature out there, like by Harry Huizinga and Johannes Vogt, that suggests that taxes do have an impact on M&As. So I think we need a little bit more thought on that, more looking at some of the other work. I'm also intrigued by Ron's result that increasing home taxes decreases outbound FDI. And maybe it's just me, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around the result. And we talked a little bit about this on a phone call. I question whether or not this is symmetric. So if I decrease home country taxes, do I increase outbound FDI? Maybe there's a complements and substitutes story going on here. Domestic and foreign investment are complements, which I think a lot of us believe and have found. So again, an interesting result. Ron's doing some really interesting work. And then he talked a little bit about patent boxes and suggested that they increase the size of the pie. Maybe. He's saying they do it by increasing the quality of innovation. But I think the jury is still out on whether patent boxes increase the size of the pie. And even if they do, an important question is, what would increase the pie the most? Would cost subsidies like to R&D increase the pie more than patent boxes increase the pie? And do patent boxes really increase the pie? So besides liking cherry pie, I like the opportunity to learn more about Ron's new research. But now that I have the pie, I'm not sure I really like it. So the presentation raised a lot of questions and now I'm going fourth. So a lot of these points have already been made. Perfect. So there's a lot of missing pieces, not just that one that seemed to be cutting out of it. So I'm not sure I've found, although the pie analogy is kind of irresistible, I'm not sure I found it particularly useful, or I just think it raises a lot of questions. So what's in the pie? Well, worldwide welfare, national welfare, surely it should be social welfare. So what do we have in mind? And we've already said, is it just jobs? Well, if it's just about jobs, then do we care at all about where that income shifting to tax havens, just investment? And again, we've already talked about this morning. Shouldn't we, if we're looking just at investment, shouldn't we include increase in wages that results from higher capital stocks that are associated with investments? Should we be looking at the improved terms of trade from higher exports if exporters are attracted to a country? Are we looking at just tax revenue? Surely we can't be looking at just tax revenue. So there's the question about what's in the pie. And a lot of people have talked about competitiveness. Eric Toder wrote a nice paper about competitiveness recently that suggests that we should take as a starting point nations playing a zero-sum game in the acquisition of certain valuable inputs, including labor supply, financial and physical capital, intangible capital, tax revenue, and natural resources. And he says in this paper, the tax competition getting these inputs may lead to higher living standards. The objective is not just getting the inputs, but getting higher living standards. And that just suggests that defining what's in the pie is really difficult for this. Michael Gratz would add to, in work with Rachel Dowd, suggested that headquarter activities should be part of the pie, part of the inputs that we compete over. And then there we still have the question, do having more headquarter activities lead to higher living standards? I think we could say that they do, but we're not sure. So what's in the pie? That's difficult. Who gets it? But it has to be defined. Who gets a slice? What's the game here? Is it industrial countries competing with each other? Or do we have tax havens in here? What about the developing countries? Are they at the table? So who gets to a slice of the pie? Who's dividing the pie? Is it the OECD, the EU, or are we simply just looking at how the pie is divided given any set of tax policies, given any set of regulations or BEPS projects? Which I think is interesting in itself, but there is the question of who gets to divide the pie. What's the objective function here? Is there some sort of a revenue constraint in the background? Surely I would think that there would be one. And if that's the case, then any revenue that's lost to tax competition, although this morning we're kind of suggesting that may not be any, but if there is any, it has to be made up by other tax instruments that may be more or less efficient. So there's the question of whether or not there's a revenue constraint. And he concludes that tax competition by lowering taxes has increased the size of the pie, but shifted the share to low tax hosts, and that's something that we need to think about. But if that's the case, are we sure that the pie's really increased? Because don't we have to take into account the efficiency loss of distorting investment choices in the first place? So I guess I just have more questions here than I can begin to answer. And then Lily talked a little bit this morning about who are the players. We know that there's home firms, host firms, and home countries, host countries, and the firms themselves. And I think that it's required that you cite your own work and comments. So here I go. Harry and I found that the drop in country effective tax rates faced by U.S. multinationals is due to company and not only host country behavior. We know that the home country definitely plays a role. I mean, Harry's work in the National Tax Journal finds that the check-the-box rules may have accounted for up to 2 percentage points of an approximate 5 percentage point reduction in foreign tax rates, effective tax rates between 96 and 2005. So the point here is that the home country, in this case the U.S., by allowing, making it easy for our companies to strip income out of high tax countries, lowered effective tax rates. So the home countries are also players. I think that Ron takes that into account, but certainly when you're looking at research that's taking home countries into account, you need to look at effective tax rates that take income shifting into account, which I don't think the Devereux, I'm sure the Devereux effective tax rates that you use in your analysis don't take into account. And then finally, I know I have like 1 minute left, I think. You know, what tax competition, and I think we've covered this morning, there's a lot of different instruments. Countries are competing for a lot of different things, and there's a lot of different instruments that can be used besides statutory rates. As we know, there's the CFC rules and patent boxes, et cetera. So the different different instruments are going to affect different possible fillings that we have. So wrapping up, I think this was a great vehicle to discuss research on how taxes affect behavior, but I think the pie just needs to be baked a little bit longer.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. All right, so we're going to have time for a few questions. Ron is going to take a minute and a half just to quickly respond to Roseanne's questions, and then we'll open it up for your questions.
Right. So first, thanks for all the comments, Roseanne. So Roseanne started by citing Warrant. I will cite the Rolling Stones. You can't always get what you want. So, there are a lot of really, really good points here. And in any sort of talk like this, you're forced to boil things down a little bit more than you would want. How do we measure the pie? Obviously, this really depends on who you are. If you're a person working a factory job, you don't care about government revenues. You care about whether or not you have a job. So if we look within the U.S., think about South Carolina or Michigan, the concerns there are probably quite different than if we think about what California would be interested in terms of tax competition. And then, who should get a slice of the pie? This goes back to some of the issues Lily had brought up initially. What about the governments that don't sit down at the table? Should we just freeze them out? Do we care? Should we care? What about the countries that haven't been invited to the table, thinking about the developing world? These are things that are really worth thinking about. And so in terms of the other sort of aspect is, the result we get in terms of mergers and acquisitions. One thing, again, I want to hammer home is that in the two papers that I presented, we're looking at the number of investments, not necessarily how big they are for mergers and acquisitions. Tax policy may well affect the value of the investment, not whether or not it takes place. And so I think, again, how you want to measure FDI, you should be aware of these sorts of things. And then the other thing to be aware of is that within foreign direct investment, on the trade side of things, we've gotten much, much better data. We've gotten access to firm level data. So we can think about how individual investor characteristics affect the responsiveness to taxes. So we see financial foreign direct investments much more sensitive than services FDI, which is much more sensitive to taxes than manufacturing. Investors that have multiple foreign affiliates, which is a minority of multinationals, but the majority of investment, these guys are less sensitive to taxes than the bulk of multinationals, and these guys have one single foreign affiliate. And so if we really want to start boiling down what's the pie made of, I'm not a baker. But, we're getting closer, I think, to being able to give some, unfortunately, rather complex answers, but to critical questions.
Great. So let's open this up. I have lots of questions, but let's make sure we get some from the floor. There are microphones right there. If you have a question, feel free to just dive on in there. Yes, please, Jane.
Well, I had sort of the same reaction to the presentation that Roseanne had. When you first did a pie, I'm thinking utility, welfare. I'm not thinking work's not a good thing. Work's what you do to get something else good. Except for probably some people in this crowd may just enjoy what they do. But we have these principles that you mentioned in the beginning of maximizing world welfare or maximizing U.S. welfare, and we have rules and concepts to think about them. So it seems to me that putting what's happening in the context of what those rules are would be very helpful. So we know in a general way we would like to equate the tax rates all around the world if we want to maximize world welfare. And if we want to maximize U.S. welfare, there's certain rules. And you might want to modify those in the context of the world we live in, but it just seems to me it has to be a starting point.
We're actually going to gather questions, and then Ron's going to finish us off. So yes, please.
Yeah, so I like this idea of thinking about what should be in the pie, and I think the policy debate is a lot about jobs these days. And one thing I wanted to raise is that we have all this profit shifting, and we have the ability to shift actually the profits. And in the basic models we started out with, capital and profits were all the same. But I wonder to which extent production capital really moves around if we shift profits around. And to the extent that it doesn't, and production decisions are totally independent of the profit shifting decisions, do we really expect a lot of jobs being created if we change our tax system in those regards?
Any other questions? Great, Ron, why don't you answer that?
So first, Jane, I apologize. I should have cited you. You were in the initial version of the slides, but I took you out. Yeah, I agree. So, the way I think about this is I always start down writing a theory, which starts with a big U, and then you take a bunch of U's and you turn that into a W. For the non-economists, it's utility, individual welfare, and then how do we add these up to society, big, societal welfare. And there are all sorts of assumptions that you make, that we make along that. Given the audience today, I really wanted to focus on what was measurable. And I have yet to figure out a good way to measure happiness. I'm getting closer.
Go to Bhutan.
So, yeah. But, to follow up on what Tim said, I think in terms of the political discussion, a lot of it really is about jobs. I think that is a big part of what we're seeing. And this is not true just in tax policy. This is true in trade policy. This is part of this populist shift that we're seeing in how policy is being thought of by voters. And that's part of why I wanted to highlight the distinction between greenfield and merger and acquisition FDI, because we do see very distinct job creation effects across the two. And so, when, I hate to give the standard economic answer to anything, which is how do we think about these issues? It depends. And, what does it depend on? It depends on all sorts of different things, including exactly the sort of things that you brought up. And trying to pull those together into a single idea. The idea I wanted to raise here was the issue of distribution. Because what I think is really critical and something that is not being discussed enough is how the culture around tax affects the willingness to buy into and participate in a well-functioning tax system. So one of the things I was asked to do is Irish it up. So here's an Irish story. So in Ireland, you own a pub. Every year you have to pay a license fee. And so you get a letter in the post saying it's time to renew your publican license fee. And what they did randomly one year is they just inserted a sentence at the bottom of about 30% of the letters that said 70% of publicans renew their license fee on time. Just that reinforcement of culture, that most people participate in the system, increased not only whether or not these guys renewed their license fees, but whether they did it on time, which if you know anything about Irish culture, getting people to do stuff on time is a really tough thing. And so where we stand now, I think we are at a point where through coordinated efforts, we can make improvements in lots of different systems, but we have to think about buy-in. If we're going to think about buy-in, I think we need to think about distribution. And given the current political focus, that's why I chose to focus about jobs today.
All right, this is great because we are actually on time. And our discussion
I'm
of
not
pie,
really Irish.
Our discussion of pie will be followed appropriately by a discussion of consumption. So I think Michelle Hanlon will be on the next panel, which immediately follows this. Thank you.
Allison left that for you. Oh, sure. I'm going to do another one. And then I'm going to put up your little table. Okay, thank you. We can build a lot of transition time. Put the
What's that? Time? Yeah. Yeah, sure, of course.
But I trust
perfect. No, that's perfect. That's good.
I've got too many things I'm holding. I want to make sure this stands up for you, Al. There you go. Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, welcome. All right, there's lots of water, gentlemen, so this should be
Good.
great. And your slides are all in one master slide deck, so it's all
Just
the
leave
time
it
needs
there.
to do
Okay.
is just be
Great.
transitioning.
Terrific. Thank you. Great.
Third day, I guess, today. Yeah, so he's, he has time to attend these sorts of things.
I think you should start because you'll pull people in. We're just going to mill around.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's get started. I'm Michelle Hanlon from MIT, and I'm on the ITPF board as well. And indeed, we will be talking about consumption on this panel, and thank you to Mihir and his panel for running a tight ship and getting us back on time and out of the deficit that Jim left us with. We have two distinguished speakers on the panel today, Alan Auerbach, who's a professor of economics and law at Berkeley, Itai Grinberg, who's a professor of law here at Georgetown Law. And they both have many accomplishments that you can read in their bios, but most importantly, I think for today, is that Alan has been working for several years now on a paper that he's written with some colleagues about the destination-based cash flow tax. And they've spent a lot of time thinking very hard about this. And Itai, importantly about him, he was on President Bush's tax advisory panel. He told me this morning that he was still very proud of how that report was written, and he still reads it occasionally from time to time. And despite the unfortunate name that they gave to the plan that's similar to the destination-based cash flow tax, which was the growth and investment tax, they didn't really mean, yeah, they didn't really mean that they wanted to tax growth and investment. So with that, we will get started. And Alan will go first, and Itai will follow up.
Thanks very much, Michelle. It's always nice to be here. I'm not talking about general taxes on consumption, but tax competition and the destination-based cash flow tax, which many of you have come to know by the catchy acronym, which is not pronounceable. The outline of my talks, I just, for those of you who may still not be clear on the key provisions of this tax, I'm just going to go through them quickly to highlight what they are, and then of course that'll be necessary for me to get into a discussion which is really the point of being here today, which is how adoption of such a tax may affect international tax competition. And of course, I'm thinking about the tax being adopted, potentially being adopted unilaterally by the United States, and then what that would do to international tax competition. So there are two key elements of the proposal. One is, which one can think about in just a domestic context, and often people lose sight of the importance of these changes because of the focus on border adjustments, is replacing the existing U.S. corporate tax with a cash flow tax, which replaces depreciation deductions with immediate expensing of capital expenditures and eliminates interest deductions. Now this is for non-financial companies. I'll say a word about financial companies in a few moments. And then a key thing, of course, is a shift to a destination basis. The first step in this, which we also sometimes forget, is to drop foreign source income from the base, as under a territorial system. But then the second piece of this is to adopt border adjustments as would exist under value-added tax, which effectively takes export receipts and import costs out of the business's tax base. So the result of these two things together is a tax on domestic cash flows, like a VAT, literally a subtraction method VAT, but with a deduction for labor costs. Now just a quick review of the properties. It's much simpler to administer, despite some expressed opinions that it's too complicated. It's no need to keep track of asset bases. Offshore transactions, of course, are ignored, as are cross-border transactions. So you really have a lot less to keep track of than under the existing tax system. The second property is there's no tax on U.S. source income, and that really comes in two parts. First, the expensing, which we know just from thinking about it in the domestic context, means that there's no tax on the normal return to capital, only a tax on rents. That's what a cash flow tax does, even in a domestic context. And then the other key piece of the removal of the U.S. source tax is that the tax on domestic rents, which would normally be there under a source-based cash flow tax, also goes away because the shift to destination basis means that there's no tax on rents simply because of the source of their earning. Now, there are many issues to deal with. Financial companies left out of the House blueprint explicitly, and something which VATs around the world have struggled with over the years. In principle, one can, and my collaborators on this long paper that was just issued through the Oxford Center for Business Taxation, which is, there's a hyperlink here in my slides, and two co-authors, John Vella and Mick Keane, are here today. Mike Devereaux is the other author of the paper. We have a long section in our paper about a potential way, or more than one potential way, but ultimately a way we think may make the most sense of dealing with financial companies. I would say, even though we spent a lot of pages on it, there's still more to be said. It's a complicated issue, and I think it's something one needs to think about. There's an issue that many people have raised about losses that might come about because of companies with substantial exports and the border adjustments applied to those exports. And of course, as with any major tax reform where the base is changing, transition provisions need to be specified. What to do about existing debt contracts, what to do about depreciation, what about companies that have existing contracts signed in dollars if the dollar appreciates, and so forth. Now, how would we expect the economy to respond? Everybody focuses on the wrong thing, which is the belief that importers are going to be slammed and exporters are going to start running huge, increasing their exports substantially. As under any consumption tax, there shouldn't be any direct change in competitiveness for exports or imports, or a significant impact in the trade balance. most likely because of dollar appreciation, which I'm sure one could argue at length about, and I've seen some coherent arguments and many other arguments on this issue. But that doesn't mean, people sometimes say, well, gee, what's the point? You introduced this protectionist measure to protect, to generate a huge trade surplus, and then at the end of the day, when the dust settles, nothing happens. That's pretty unexciting. But of course, that isn't the point of the legislation or the approach. It introduces three potentially important elements of behavioral response relating to tax competition. First, there's no longer any U.S. tax on foreign source income, as I already mentioned. Second, the U.S. tax rate is no longer relevant for decisions regarding the location of profits and activities. And finally, interest is no longer deductible in the U.S. And one can think about the implications of each of these on the behavior of firms and what kind of pressure that puts on other countries. Well, the elimination of tax on offshore income is an easy one. I mean, this is the same kind of effect as would happen under a move to a territorial system. It should encourage repatriations to the U.S. because there's no longer any tax on repatriations. And it should also end tax-induced corporate inversions, because after all, that has to do with the residence basis mattering, being a U.S. resident company mattering for tax purposes. And with elimination of tax on offshore income, that goes away. And in fact, to the extent that other countries still have measures to protect their territorial tax bases that bring residents back into account, such as minimum taxes or worldwide minimum taxes or things like that, that should actually induce inversions into the U.S. That is, to the extent that there are other countries don't have pure territorial systems, it should actually make the U.S. A preferred residence for corporations, because it won't hurt you to be a U.S. resident, but it may hurt you to be a resident of another country. Now, the zero tax on U.S. source income should do a number of things. First of all, it should certainly encourage companies to make, to the extent that they already have existing operations, the expensing provision should, by lowering the cost of capital on equity-financed investments, should make new investments in the U.S. More attractive. Second, to the extent that companies are thinking about making discrete choices about where to locate not simply an incremental investment, but where to locate an entire production activity, which may have inframarginal rents associated with the investment, the fact that there's a border adjustment means making that U.S. the source of that activity incurs no U.S. tax, and therefore companies should have an incentive to do that much more than they do now. And finally, the third implication of the zero tax on U.S. source income would be that transfer pricing should now be used in the opposite direction with respect to the U.S. compared to the way it's being used now. Because border adjustment means that the understatement of U.S. Imports or overstatement of U.S. exports to related parties has no effect on the U.S. tax base, but it reduces the foreign tax base. And that's true of any country that has a source-based tax. Well, it's going to reduce their tax base and therefore make companies more likely to do it. And then finally, the elimination of the interest deduction should encourage companies not only to use more equity finance in the U.S., that is, for a given amount of financing, they should push more toward equity than debt, but it should also lead them to shift borrowing to other countries, where to the extent that there are not sufficiently tough rules to keep, thin capitalization rules, other kinds of restrictions on borrowing that allow companies to deduct at least some interest. And even if there are some restrictions, deducting some interest is better than deducting no interest, so presumably there would still be incentives to do that. So if one puts all this together, what does it amount to? Well, it's as the characterization has already been given today, it's a big leap in the tax competition game. The U.S. is moving to a source-based tax of zero. It's equivalent to repealing the corporate tax, introducing a subtraction method VAT, and then an offsetting wage subsidy, offsetting the rate of the VAT. Now, along with this, there's, I mean, one would then say that there's going to be little incentive. Now that the U.S. has already reduced its source-based tax to zero, one might say, well, why does it want to, would it in this world environment of tax competition, want to continue feel pressure to continue lowering its corporate tax rate? Well, since the corporate tax rate now, in fact, functions as a consumption tax, you'd have to ask, well, what are you competing over? Well, you're competing over customers, that is, residents. You know, it's certainly true that if I face a very high VAT in one European country over another, I might want to live in the country with low VAT. And I might even want to engage in some cross-border shopping to the extent that I can, but it's not anything related to the location of my business or my profits. So how is this going to look from abroad for those, not that, you know, maybe we don't care anymore, but we might, just out of intellectual curiosity, we might consider it. Well, first of all, it's going to put further pressure on the tax systems of other countries. Now, one should note that they're already farther along the stages of this game of tax competition than the U.S. So I said it'd be a giant leap for us, but we're starting from behind because they already have, as has already been said today, they've already been moving toward raising their VATs, lowering their corporate taxes, which is an incremental version of what is being considered here in the U.S. But of course, if we're going from 35% to zero, then even if they have lower corporate taxes, they're still going to have a lot higher source-based taxation when this is done than the zero in the U.S. So another thing worth noting is that the U.S. is going to have little incentive anymore to help them protect their tax bases. To the extent that we sort of cooperatively go after tax havens, knowing that some of that money is probably ours and some of it's probably Germany's, and we're not exactly sure whose it is, well, now we know it's not ours. And if it's not ours, it's not ours. You know, it's somebody else. Now it's somebody else's problem. And so we're really, you know, our incentive to cooperate in these agreements to crack down on tax havens and such other kinds of entities, countries is no longer going to be there. So that what will or what should other countries do? What should we expect? This is a positive statement, not normative. What might we expect them to do? Well, they basically have the choice of whether to fight or switch. Now, switching means adopting a system like this, and it could be either direct adoption of a destination-based cash flow tax, or it could be just continuing to raise their VAT and lower their corporate tax rate and their employment taxes. It, you know, however it's done, it would have much the same effect. So they could do that. The alternative is to fight, and the way of fighting would be to try to stop the U.S. from doing this, complain to the WTO, and as I'm an economist, say that hope that the WTO honors form over substance. Well, which outcome is likely for these countries? It depends on the country. If you think about what's in the interest of any particular country, that is, how will it weigh these alternatives, it's going to depend on the country. If, for example, if you're the Republic of Ireland and you already have a very low tax rate, there's not much to gain by switching. You're pretty close to this kind of tax system already. You have a source-based tax, but it's a pretty low one, especially with provisions for intellectual property. So you won't necessarily gain that much by moving to a zero tax rate in terms of economic activity, but you'll probably lose a lot if the U.S. switches to this tax system, because a lot of the profits and perhaps even more under BEPS activity showing up in Ireland is going to show up somewhere else, in the United States in particular, after the U.S. adopts this. And so Ireland in particular, and countries like Ireland, may have the strongest incentive to fight rather than switch, but other countries, at least from this sort of simple way of thinking, might be more likely to switch. But there might be an initial inclination to fight based on other factors. That is, countries might not necessarily follow what appears to be in their own national interest. First might be just a general desire to maintain the status quo with respect to international agreements. And that could be either a completely rational desire that the capital that's been developed, in which countries have invested in over the years to develop international agreements that are maybe welfare improving, could be partially destroyed by moving to new tax systems, and countries might not want to give that up. A second, not to be understated in importance, particularly given the discussion we've had so far in the U.S. about this approach, is a misunderstanding of the destination-based cash flow tax as trade intervention. That is, it's one thing to say, well, the WTO might rule against it. That might be something you could use to your advantage, even if you don't believe it's true. But you might be more likely to try to pursue that remedy if you really do believe it's true. That is, if you really do believe it's a trade intervention. And the fact that it's not a trade intervention clearly hasn't stopped a lot of people from thinking that it is a trade intervention. And finally, there might just be a general visceral reaction to a decision of the U.S. to act unilaterally, essentially, rather than reacting through a cool, reasoned approach of what's best in a country, most in a country's own interest, might be a reaction. Well, if the U.S. is going to do something to damage us, then, well, we're going to do something to damage us too. Thank you.
So thanks, Alan. Thanks to everyone for being here. As Michelle noted, 12 years ago, I was on charge. I was a counsel to President Bush's bipartisan presidential advisory panel, which was supposed to develop workable ideas for fundamental tax reform. And one of the two recommendations of the 2005 panel was to adopt a DBCFT of the kind that Alan just described. Back then, we, as Michelle noted, called it the growth and investment tax, which wasn't the best name. I'm not sure DBCFT is great, but it's an improvement. The 2005 panel pointed out, as Alan does, that the proposal coupled with a progressive income tax was economically equivalent to a VAT with a progressive system of wage subsidies. Among other things, the panel wrote that a cash flow consumption tax with a close relationship to the VAT, because it was as that kind of a tax, the proposal should be border adjustable. But it also said that, as Alan suggested, there was uncertainty over whether border adjustments for the plan would be allowable under current trade rules, and that there was a possibility of a challenge from our trading partners. That subject's got a lot of discussion, so since I dealt with that back in the past and helped write the report, I thought I'd first describe the WTO concern and highlight one way to address it, and then say something about DBCFT enforcement and something about international coordination. With respect to the WTO, there are two primary concerns. First, WTO rules draw a distinction between direct taxes, where any tax benefit for exports is thought to be impermissible, and indirect taxes, where border adjustments are allowed. VATs are allowed to be border adjusted because VATs are defined to be per se indirect taxes by the WTO. Direct taxes, on the other hand, are defined as taxes on wages, profits, and all other forms of income. The formalistic distinction between direct and indirect taxes isn't supportable as a matter of economics, but it is part of the WTO rules. And some analysts conclude that this distinction will be employed to determine that a DBCFT would not be border adjustable because the deduction for wages can make the DBCFT look like a direct tax on profits. I understand the basis for this argument, but it seems wrong to me, among other reasons, because the WTO rule is that a direct tax can't be border adjusted, but all other taxes can. In other words, the default is in favor of border adjustment. But the second, and from my perspective, more serious issue is that the rebate on the export of a good or service must not, under WTO rules, exceed the amount levied on the same good or service when sold for domestic consumption. Under a DBCFT, the amount levied domestically, as the WTO would calculate it probably, will likely be too low to satisfy this requirement because the deduction for wages reduces the amount collected at the business level domestically with respect to a given sale relative to the amount collected at the border on an import, which includes both value added from labor and other value. Indeed, the big question in my view isn't whether a DBCFT is adjustable, but how large the adjustment could be, or whether the WTO rules could be imposed at the full rate, or whether the export could be imposed, the export rebate could be implemented at some intermediate rate. And interestingly, a similar issue in the intervening 11 years has been developed extensively in the academic and policy literature in a different context, which is the question of whether or not you can border adjust a carbon tax, a very different debate. So I encourage people to think about that debate. But assuming the adjustment is at the full tax rate, even if the WTO were to find a US enacted DBCFT WTO non-compliant, there are alternative ways to accomplish exactly the same result the DBCFT intends with all the same positive effects Alan describes, including, most importantly, the incentive to locate employment and assets in the US, as well as the enforcement benefits that flow from the border adjustment. That alternative way forward, which is very close to a DBCFT with almost all the same rules, is to move to a business activities tax, so a subtraction method VAT on all goods and services that's fully border adjusted, and then enact a business level incentive for creating American jobs that is, as a legal matter, separate from the tax rather than a deduction that is part of the tax. 12 years ago, I called this the American Jobs Credit Proposal. The panel considered but did not include this alternative in its report, and I subsequently published this idea. Because the tax component of the alternative proposal I'm describing is indisputably a consumption tax, and the business level incentive, it's indisputably a VAT, and the business level incentive is technically separate from the tax code, under the WTO's formalistic rules, there is no export subsidy for a direct tax, and there is not an excessive border adjustment of an indirect tax. Instead, the DBCFT's deduction for wages is converted into an equivalent business level non-tax subsidy. And that turns out to be okay, even if the subsidy offsets, for example, payroll tax liability as a practical matter. WTO rules provide that subsidies outside the income tax system that are intended, in the words of the WTO, to generally sustain employment and are provided to all companies on a non-discriminatory basis are, quote, important instruments for the promotion of social and economic policy objectives. They're explicitly blessed as a legitimate tool of government policy at the WTO, and indeed, business-level wage subsidies have been adopted in various OECD countries that also have a VAT. So now you've heard two options, and you've heard both Alan and I say that a DBCFT is economically equivalent to a subtraction method VAT with a wage subsidy. What's buried in that statement is an important assumption. And the assumption is that the DBCFT will import all the knowledge on enforcing consumption taxes that comes out of experience from around the world over the last 50 years. I agree that's what any DBCFT should do. And indeed, the 2005 panel report explicitly imported relevant learning from foreign consumption taxes into the proposal. But I would emphasize that taking this step is not self-evident to most tax practitioners in the United States. And if a DBCFT fails to leverage that experience and relies too much on income tax concepts and rules to enforce the tax, the system may not work well, meaning both that we may not collect the revenue one would expect, and that in some respects it may not have the economic benefits Alan described, and that my supportive remarks rely on. One key innovation vis-a-vis an income tax is that as a general rule, only purchases from a DBCFT taxable entity should be deductible. Alan describes the transfer pricing concern the DBCFT is supposed to help address, and the system needs this sealed system rule for transfer pricing problems to be eliminated. But that's just the start of the issue. Imagine a taxpayer entering into perfectly offsetting long and short forward contracts for the delivery of a commodity they use in their business. Call it an airline buying jet fuel. Basically, in a DBCFT, if the taxpayer settles the favorable side of the straddle for cash, resulting in non-taxable gain from a financial transaction, and takes delivery on the unfavorable transaction, resulting in a deductible purchase, that just isn't a problem for the fisc. But in a system where there are large pools of tax-exempt capital, okay, so for fun, let's call it the Harvard endowment. But it really represents 30% or more of total investment in U.S. equities because of pension funds, retirement funds, et cetera. We're talking about a large part of total investment in U.S. equities, and when such investors can take gain on the other side of the transaction and be exempt, suddenly two things have happened. First, there's leakage in the system, and second, the Harvard endowment has become a conduit around the border adjustment. Because financial gain is generally exempt in a DBCFT, this problem is more serious than asymmetries in an income tax. What I call sealing the system is the most straightforward way to address the problem, and it addresses the problem. That's do this, but you have to do it. Lawmakers working on the blueprint here may find alternative solutions other than those that are best practice in VATs. But if those alternatives are to work, they too will require adjustments to current law. So in this case, taxing certain passive income at the business level at the full rate, as the blueprint seems to do, might address the concern, but would likely require the elimination of the commodity hedging transaction exception to the foreign personal holding company rules. That's an example. The point is really that issues of the sort I just described can be addressed, but there are many of them. They need to be taken into account for the DBCFT to work, and arguably they need to be addressed even for the tax to really be a DBCFT. And this requires significant changes from current income tax rules that go beyond expensing interest expense disallowance and a border adjustment on foreigners. Among other things, I think you have to think seriously about the treatment of tax exempt, state and local governments, remote suppliers of services, and the treatments of transactions on the real financial border in transactions where there is a DBCFT taxpayer on one side and someone who is not in the DBCFT system on the other. I would like to end with just a few reflections about tax competition and international responses. As Lily Fallhaber helped us see in the first session this morning, globally there is no international tax status quo today. Indeed, although the BEPS project at the OECD was justified as an attempt to prevent the old agreed framework for international tax from falling apart and being replaced by double taxation and what the OECD called global tax chaos, the post-BEPS environment already shows tax chaos and unilateral actions abound. That's just where we are. So the absence of a status quo makes this a propitious time to pursue a novel approach like cash flow-based consumption taxation and lead other countries in a new direction or split them over how to respond, as Alan describes, while gaining the first mover advantages that would accrue in the transition if the United States were to lead the world. Indeed, I understand that certain European Commission officials are terrified of the blueprint precisely because they see the advantages that could accrue to the US, and they fear that the EU could not respond quickly enough given the requirement for unanimity to make tax rule changes there. At the same time, as Alan suggests, if the tax reform is labeled as a tariff, countries and foreign businesses may be more disposed to fight than join, to fight harder. And among other things, if it's labeled a tariff policy by the administration, the EU may have authority to respond on its own under its trade competency. So since it is not a tariff, Congress should be very clear about what they are and are not doing if they pursue this path. More generally, I think cash flow consumption tax, implementing it without encouraging retaliation of a kind that may limit the benefits is much easier in an international relations environment that is reasonably cooperative overall. So advocates for border adjustable tax reform, an idea that I support, may need to take seriously not just how Congress and the administration characterizes border adjustability or whether tariffs are separately imposed, but how the government handles other diplomatic issues both within and even outside international economics. At the same time, if the administration is bound and determined to change the treatment of imports, imposing a symmetric border adjustment is just a much, much better idea than tariffs, which have most of the downsides that I expect some of our panelists in the next session may describe, but without any of the upsides. So, thank you.
Okay, I think we have time for questions, but Alan would like to respond just briefly.
I just wanted to say one thing. I completely agree with Itai about taking care in adopting provisions to make sure you get consistent treatment, particularly of transactions on the real financial borderline and transactions with entities, individuals, or tax-exempt entities outside the business net. In this paper we just released that I alluded to, in the end, this is where we more or less came to in our thinking about financial transactions, which is that transactions between business taxpayers are sort of not a problem because sort of the transition is, there's sort of offsetting effects on the two sides of the transaction, and that what you would want to include in the tax base would be whether real or financial transactions between business taxpayers and non-taxpayers, and that would pretty much take care of the problem. As you say, one can't rely on existing rules or anything like that. One has to actually write down what it would be, and I agree that it could be done, and I also agree that it's important that it be done.
Okay, we'll open the floor for questions. I think there's one over here.
Yep. So picking up on Itai's last point about how it's important how things are characterized, I've been stuck on remark made by Paul Ryan earlier this week where he said, at the end of the day, we're making China pay for our tax reform. So could you comment, do you think that's accurate? And
is that a question for each?
No, that's for you, Al. And if that's not what's going on, where is the additional revenue coming from? Who is paying for it?
Well, it's a question of what you mean by pay. I think the fact, no, I mean, seriously, the fact is that it should encourage, adopting this tax system should encourage companies to locate production activities in the United States. Obviously, not every production activity, but production activities that would be in the United States, except for the tax disadvantage that companies currently face. Companies will want to move those activities to the United States. And to the extent that helps U.S. economic activity at the expense of other countries, one could, in a full economic sense, say that other countries are paying for it. In terms of just the simple revenue consequences, this is a consumption tax. It's getting rid of the corporate income tax. One can think of it as getting rid of the existing corporate income tax, adopting a consumption tax, and offsetting part of that consumption tax with a wage subsidy. And the net incidence of that reform would be, computed by looking at the incidence of the three pieces together. Getting rid of the corporate tax is likely to help capital and perhaps to some extent labor, to the extent that the existing capital income tax is shifted to labor. And adopting a consumption tax that sort of holds wage and salary income harmless is a tax on the consumption by people who own assets. And so that is a tax essentially on the owners of capital in the U.S. So to me, it's a progressive tax because it shifts the burden from capital and labor to capital, Now you might say, well, where's China in that? And China's not really in that. So I see the burden on other countries occurring through economic responses, not through a simple calculation of where the revenue is collected. And you know, statutory incidence is not really important in terms of, you know, who is responsible for sending the check to the government. And so I think one wants to look at the underlying economic impact to think about who's benefiting and who's not benefiting from the tax.
Okay, I think we have another question over here.
Yes, thank you. I was hoping you could just follow up on this point. I understand why the border.
Maybe could you stand up?
Sorry. Why the border adjustment would not have any impact on international trade or international competitiveness, but it does seem that the point of the wage deduction, at least in part, would be to encourage the location of new manufacturing facilities, all kinds of facilities domestically. And so wouldn't that have an impact also because you're going to increase taxes on consumption and encourage savings and investment? So wouldn't that have an impact on the current account balance?
Well, I think the impact on the current, what you're saying is forget everything else. Just suppose the U.S. lowered its, to answer your question, suppose if we think of that as neutral with respect to competition, international competition, because it's just a consumption tax, what is the separate effect of a subsidy to labor? And I think one of the things you need to keep in mind is we already have labor deductible under the current income tax, under the current corporate income tax. So it's not like we're introducing a new wage subsidy. We've got that same wage subsidy present. When labor is not taxable under the current income tax, it wouldn't be taxable. You could ask a different question, which is relative to a value-added tax without a labor deduction, what is the effect of the labor deduction? And obviously, that's going to raise after-tax wages, encourage work, perhaps to some extent, maybe lower before-tax wages, make it cheaper for companies to operate in the U.S. But I tend not to focus on that again because we're starting from a system where wages are already deductible, and so we're really just maintaining that property rather than eliminating it.
Okay, Lynn?
Len Berman. Following up actually on the first question, which is that TPC scores the border adjustment taxes raising $1.2 trillion over the decade. Now, in the long run, the present value of the tax should be zero. So this is like the ultimate timing gimmick, producing a huge amount of revenue in the short run. Is that the wrong way to think about it? I mean, China's not paying for it because it's not really a source of revenue. Isn't that right?
What you're saying is that the fact that there is revenue being collected in the short run because of trade deficits could be reversed in the future with trade surpluses, and the U.S. can't just run infinite trade deficits, build up a negative international investment position forever. And to the extent that has to be arrested at some point, the U.S. will actually have to go more in the direction of trade surpluses. How far we have to go to trade surplus is a little complicated. We normally think if the U.S. has a negative international investment position, we have to run trade surpluses in the future. But we have this funny situation where even though we have a negative international investment position, it doesn't show up in the income flows associated with that negative international investment position because we earn a lot more on our offshore investments than foreigners earn in the U.S. on their investments. So it's a little complicated, but you're certainly right that in the long run we can't continue to count on over $1 trillion every 10 years. So I think that's right. I think one should be careful in thinking about this as a permanent source of revenue. Obviously, given the way calculations are done for legislative purposes, it's the first 10 years that matters, but one should certainly think about what happens after the first 10 years.
Okay.
Thank you, Day. Well, I said before that I thought the incidence of the tax would be progressive and in itself and quite possibly progressive relative to the existing tax system. That incorporated and the perhaps relative to the existing tax system incorporated the assumption that the extent that the corporate tax is currently being borne by labor through an erosion of wages induced by capital flight, that would be reversed, and so that would mean that that incidence would no longer fall on labor, and that should show up in the terms of higher before tax wages. So if we measure inequality, if we're thinking about before tax inequality, then I think that should be an improvement. Now, it's more complicated if you think about not just what labor versus capital, but deciles of the income distribution. The question is which workers will be the most helped by expansion of investment in the United States. Certainly the rhetoric of the recent presidential campaign and has said it's factory workers whose jobs have gone offshore. I'm not maybe those will be the workers that gain, but it may be people in the middle of the income distribution. It's hard to say if one's thinking about, say, the Gini coefficient as opposed to just labor versus capital. It's a little hard to say exactly, but I think it would be moving in the right direction for most measures of inequality.
Maybe one more question, I think.
You could just quickly speak to your confidence that this will withstand the WTO challenge. That's my first question. The second question is, there have been a lot of people that have said that the dollar would strengthen and offset that. However, the dollar has already strengthened something like 25% in the last 3 years. Do you think the dollar would fully strengthen to offset that, or part of it?
My first answer to the first question is that there are many lawyers in the room, and you should ask one of them. As to the second, it really depends on why the dollar has strengthened. If one thought that the dollar had strengthened because of anticipation of this proposal being enacted, then, which by the way is what should happen, once people actually take it seriously and think it is really going to happen. But obviously, to the extent that that was the source of dollar appreciation, we wouldn't expect to see further dollar appreciation. But if it's for some other reason that is sort of unrelated to this proposal, then I would expect to see the dollar appreciation happen. That is, my expectation of dollar appreciation is relative to the status quo otherwise being the same, but without the proposal being enacted. Obviously there are lots of things that move exchange rates, and one can't say what the exchange rate will be after adoption, simply that it will be higher because of the border adjustment.
Okay, well, I think we should probably wrap it up so that we can take a break. Thank you both to Alan and Itai. This has been great, and thank you for sharing your insights on these important topics. And so we'll have a breakdown until 11:30, and then we'll come back for our last panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoyed that.
It's all very
going up to zero. Right. Yeah. Although if the other countries keep their tax rates, you can borrow there and no, I agree. But that applies to marginal investment. That doesn't apply to inframarginal investment. The first question was whether I thought you were a good lawyer.
Argue that it's not similar, and therefore it's not covered by the treaties.
You mean, should it matter what our trade deficit is? No. Oh, okay. Yes. No, I didn't. Oh, no, that's, no, I just said that just the arithmetic says that you can't run a trade deficit forever. I wasn't saying anything about how that was going to go away. No. Okay. Okay, again, I'm speaking as a incompetent authority.
I just gave her the answer, but you can
Okay.
see what you said.
No, well, I mean, it depends on whether it depends on whether it's considered an income tax.
I gave them the technical answer about how to make it not be considered an income tax, so it's outside the treaty. So we just said the exact same thing. I just went one step further. Not covered by transfer. Transfer pricing is not a problem. Everyone thinks that yes. What matters is actually all about imports of intangible property. That's where the actual people have it wrong as to what the violation is. The violation is not the transfer pricing. The violation is if you have an import of intangibles into the United States, then under 12.1 and 24.4 you have a problem. That's the problem. And that problem you cannot avoid unless you draft the thing outside Title Sections 1 to 2026. And if you do that, you avoid the problem as a sort of legal, with my green eye shades on, I'm like, I'm just drafting my way around it. I'm just drafting my way around it. I know how to do that. But I don't know if they'll do it.
I have to improve my memory of my tongue. Obviously not true.
Yeah, we're trying.
In Raven one day.
Right, yeah.
Well, it would be if people were willing to do it. It would be if people were willing to do it. Am I on record? I have not spoken about it with Ways and Means, although I'm under the impression that some people are aware of the 2006 paper. But I have not gone in to speak to them.
I think it was already mentioned that people in
Apparently I'm supposed to be in a photo. He's keeping me from, keep talking to me. I'm just not allowed to leave and I have to be in a picture apparently. I didn't know. I picked up a backpack and everything. Sorry.
All of a sudden, you get out of the way.
I'm supposed to stand here?
All of us.
Everybody. Seriously, come on in, everybody, come on. Let's get everybody.
If you all turn a little bit sideways, that will fit everybody.
Sure. Wait, we got to get with the team up here.
How wide angle is your eye?
Come on. Michelle, you gotta be up here.
You want 2 rows?
I'll reach you down already, Michelle.
That way we're not as wide. So, how about that way we can
We're gonna look like.
You want the short
one more seat.
So we're segregated.
Oh my God, on with that. Okay.
Oh yeah, all right, I'm good.
That's better. Something wrong. Yeah. I agree. That's correct. Okay, this is turned out to be complicated. But it's nice.
But it looks so good when I'm standing.
My posture is going to be great.
This is what we get to use our break. Sorry.
Hey, Ron should be
I didn't know this was
Hey,
happening.
Run in the picture.
Yeah, there's the cherry pie.
I don't know. I didn't know. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I could ask 2 hours worth of questions.
Zero down.
bag right in front.
Take it on the road.
Not the destination.
So I don't yet know what it says.
Yeah.
What is it we do? You were able to make it. That's not a good you're not based on
Look this way, but while you're right there, just as you're doing the whole
higher rates.
Sorry, with the proposal, the blueprint.
Yeah, but because the rates are too low, and it loses a ton of revenue. Because the rates
you
are
get
low.
a brief glimpse into Katie's Perry's life.
So I don't read U.S. policy documents. The proposal is for 20%. Is the business tax component? So everybody's just so anxious. Is there any discussion? Yeah. No, but I'm just saying that they sort of jump to negative 50.
Chorus.
Yeah. I saw it down in New York.
It's like just at the individual level.
It's chorus, not just because design elements of the tax code.
It's mostly because of retirement plans, nonprofits, 529 college savings accounts. There's all these like tax exempt savings programs that are kind of become a little bit of a thing. I think we're going to tell people to go to the house.
Tax exempt is supposed to be tax exempt. So,
yeah, that's true for the nonprofit sector. That's part of it. The part of it is people's retirement funds.
yeah. No, it's not including
Yeah,
that.
so I'm saying if you're not taxing Apple, relying on shareholders, you're only going to get a quarter of the US quarters that will stay with both the entities up and the individuals. Just got rid of the corporate tax. You'd also be getting rid of the tax on capital. You tax the 1/4 that's still taxed. I am going to bother you if you can move your things. I want to make sure you guys.
I get the argument.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
A lot of people use that same argument.
Right.
If we don't pass.
I guess I'm saying starting from the status quo. Over taxes. Yeah. How did you graph the revenue to GDP ratio indicating that if we don't have any crisis, it's important, and some people disagree to acknowledge what's happening in profits over that period, right? Because U.S. data.
I that's my coffee. Because I had a coffee and I put it down and all the coffee in my coffee. Or it's unrelated. So I also put my coffee there. I could have mine.
Nice to see you, Kevin.
How's life out there? We haven't met. Or with the real thing.
How are you? I hear that you might be
Yeah, you never know.
I like to have,
Let's say they get completely.
Yeah,
they actually have a really pretty good team all around. I've been very engaged. Because you're through the process of recruiting for the credit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that's not public, but there are people top to bottom that you looked and said, that's the guy I would recommend.
Can I suggest that people move to their seats so we can get back on schedule?
Because what you see in the news is like no evidence of PhDs anywhere.
Can I have the panelists up here, please?
Sir, I have right down.
Yeah.
Are we going to hear an announcement about CA?
Why have reporters unless you want someone to be obnoxious?
Defense of globalization. Oh, for the masses.
We'll answer all the questions.
Yeah, in the book. Yes, or today.
I'm actually kind of stunned.
Kevin, I thought rumors had it you weren't going to make it.
Yeah, at some
I'm
point I have to
disappointed
go
to
in.
see you.
No, at some point I have to go into a closet completely.
Hey, Mihir, how you doing?
Great.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Much as
Getting a bit weird, huh?
very
It's
cuddly.
Okay, the people by the coffee pot, let's move down and sit down, please.
Got somebody serious in charge.
I've lost my coffee somewhere and all that, but never mind.
My neighbor.
But then I found one that looked like mine, and
Convince yourself it was. All right.
but if I pass out from like
Okay, I'm going to propose that we get started because I looked at the schedule, and if we don't start on time, we either eat into lunch or Chairman Brady's time, and I'm not gutsy enough to do either one of those things. I do want to, I'm very glad to be moderating this panel. I was a little nervous on the last panel that the word dollar was never going to get mentioned, and we'd have to take the entire weight of the exchange rate adjustment on our panel. So I was relieved that we've had a down payment on that. I'm David Wessel. I'm director of the Hutchins Center at the Brookings Institution. I'm very glad to be here. I think all of us who have been journalists or who are in think tanks who like to think about tax policy are enjoying the fact that it's now cool to be thinking about tax policy. And I think we should enjoy it while it lasts, which may say something about my forecast. The panel we have today is Kim Klausing, who's a professor of economics at Reed, Michael Gratz, who's the token lawyer on this panel from the Columbia University Law School, Kevin Hassett, who is at the American Enterprise Institute, and Mick Keene from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF. I want to share two bits of news for you. After all, why have a journalist? And it gives me an excuse to have looked at my phone during the previous sessions. Gary Cohn said today on CNBC that the administration is undecided on creating a border adjustable business tax. It's one of the options that's on the table, he said. You should not take it from me that that's the option we're going with, but I'm not going to exclude that option. At this point, we are exploring every and all options to get our U.S. corporate tax rate down to the lowest possible level we can get it. So there you have it. For reasons that some of you will know, and if you don't, I'm not going to tell you, Gary Cohn also said that there will be a CEA in this administration. He didn't mention any names, and neither will I. We talked a little bit, this group, about how best to proceed in this, and I wanted to start with one question, and I think I'll start with you, Kim, on this. We've talked quite a bit today about competitiveness, and we've had some discussion about what do we actually mean, what are we competing for. But if we define competitiveness as making the U.S. a good place to locate, expand, and invest, which is to say we're not interested only in getting a share of the revenue, we're actually looking for the economic activity. How do we weigh that objective against the other objectives of the tax code, which are, of course, to collect revenue? And how do we weigh it against other constraints like compliance, simplicity, and fairness? How important is competitiveness in this constellation of objectives of the tax code?
Okay, thank you, and thanks for having me. Thanks to the organizers of this. It's been a great day so far. I think this competitiveness question is a really essential one, and when I think about international tax issues, one thing that seems obvious to me is, at least on the tax perspective, that there's a essential trade-off between enhancing competitiveness and protecting the corporate tax base. For the simple reason that if you ask multinational firms what would make you more competitive, they usually don't say higher tax burdens. And so they're usually arguing for a lower tax burden. And at the same time, we also have revenue needs for the state and an important role for the corporate tax. So in thinking about those two goals, competitiveness and the corporate tax base protection, I would argue that both of them have multiple components. So if you look at competitiveness, for instance, there are a lot of features of the U.S. economy that influence our competitiveness beyond the tax system. So I would mention those as well, how educated the workers are, what the infrastructure is like, what R&D funding is like, whether we allow immigrants into the country. All of these things do affect how competitive and how successful our firms are beyond the tax component. If you look at the tax component, I think you need to look at evidence to sort of figure out, are U.S. multinational firms competitive at present, and how much is the tax system hindering them? And I would argue that our tax system, like many here, is not perfect. It's quite distortionary. There are a lot of ways that we can make it better. I don't think anybody would argue in favor of the status quo, but it's not clear that the competitiveness problem is really the paramount problem. I mean, there's a lot of distortions, but it's not clear that U.S. multinational firms are not competitive for tax reasons. And there's a couple pieces of evidence you could look at. You could look at their effective tax rates compared to multinational firms based in other countries, and the Treasury recently did a paper on this where it looks like they're pretty similar. You could look at the burden on foreign income, and it's true we have a sort of a stupid territorial system where you have to leave the income abroad to get the low rate, but the burden on foreign income is in some respects lower than it would be if we adopted a tough territorial system, if you just look at effective tax rates. Or you could look at the data on multinational firms. Their after-tax profits seem to be higher over the last 10 years by about 50% than they were over the previous 20 as a share of GDP. So it looks like our firms are pretty profitable in after-tax sense. They have a reputation of being leaders in tax avoidance. They're competitive in that sense. And if you look at the Forbes list of the top 2,000 firms, we have more of those than we have of world GDP, no matter how you measure that. So I would argue that we're pretty competitive. That doesn't mean our tax system is good. There's a lot of bad things about it, but it's not, I wouldn't say that that's our foremost problem. If you look at the tax base erosion problem, I do think we have a very large tax base erosion problem. I estimate that that costs us about $100 billion a year. Some people say, well, the corporate tax is a bad tax, so if you erode something that's bad, less of a bad thing is a good thing. And I would be a little cautious about making that argument because I think the corporate tax has a really important role to play in the larger tax system. For one thing, we don't tax a lot of capital income at the individual level. Steve Rosenthal and Len Berman and I and others have shown that really only about a quarter of U.S. equity income is taxed at the individual level. So we're really relying on the corporate tax to do that work for us. And if we don't have a good capital tax, I think that creates issues for equity, for efficiency, for tax administration, and for revenue. And I think all of those are really important things to keep in mind. From an equity perspective, for instance, capital income is much more concentrated than labor income. And so giving up on taxing that by allowing the corporate tax base to erode, I think, is a problem. From an efficiency perspective, I also think it's important to note that a lot of the corporate profits these days are likely to be rents rather than the normal return to capital. So Treasury has done a study recently that suggested that the neighborhood of 2/3 or perhaps even more of the corporate tax base is really excess profits, not normal profits, which pertains to some of these proposals.
So if we went to I think we should call it the hour back tax rather than, no? Now, one thing I was really pleased is I was at a Peterson Institute conference on tax, and some people who seem otherwise intelligent were distinguishing between the VAT, a value-added tax, and the BAT, a border-adjustable tax, which, when used many times in the same paragraph, left everybody confused, including in some cases the people who were using the. But if I went to a destination-based cash flow tax, are you just saying, well, you're okay with that? It's a good idea, maybe helps us with the base, and you just want to have an argument about where we set the rate?
I think there's nothing wrong with that tax that couldn't be fixed by three things. One, a higher rate, because once you've made the base immobile and once you've exempted the normal return to capital, there's no argument for the 20% rate. There's no reason not to match the top labor rate. And Alan Viard and I were both at something yesterday where we agreed on this, that really the rate should be higher. Two, I think you need time to solve all these implementation problems. I don't think this is a first 100-day proposal at all.
I assure you, no danger of that.
That's an issue. And third,
we've got lots to worry about, but that's not one of the things.
Yeah, and the third thing that I would worry about is the cost of the world trading system. I do think we need to be delicate in how we deal with this and how we deal with our trading partners. And if we were in a different administrative policy climate, I would be less concerned about this, but I would really worry about the future of globalization, and I think we're in a really delicate time. And so I hate to see the U.S. just sort of trying aggressive unilateralism on every front, including tax policy. So I would like to bring some of the trading partners along in that. But I think aside from those three issues, it's a good idea.
Okay, Kevin, how much do you think we should worry about the competitiveness of U.S. companies, and how much can changing the business tax system do to increase that competitiveness?
Yeah, thanks that, you know, everybody in the room knows that I'm a huge fan of Paul Krugman's. But he, you know, he really did write the paper on competitiveness that we all have to look back to, because it's a very dangerous concept that gets abused all the time. Glenn Hubbard and I wrote a book a few years ago, edited a book called Rethinking Competitiveness, we sort of took some of the lessons and boiled them down to an argument for why the Brexit would be a good thing for the UK, and wrote an article in Foreign Affairs this year that if you want to dig more into what I'm about to say, which you probably don't, but if you did, then you could go read the Foreign Affairs piece. But I think that if competitiveness is going to have a useful or have some use in the international policy sphere, then we have to try to think about, well, what do we mean by competing? Who's competing? Is it zero sum? Is it not zero sum? And where Glenn and I wandered after thinking about this for a good long time was that if you start with the presumption that the world has gotten really, really flat, that the distance between like having a job in London and having a job in New York is a lot smaller than probably having a job in Boston and having a job in Hartford was, you know, back in the day. And so that increasingly the arguments in the local public goods literature that TIBO competition drives efficient government provision because people move to the towns that are run well is something that we should think about being a relevant force in the international community. And Glenn and I think that that TIBO competition, you know, properly defined and understood, could be a force that would be a very populist force for, you know, big international organizations like the EU, because if what the EU does is it enhances the competition between the governments, then the governments in the EU will be sort of constrained in how efficient they could be. They'd have to be responsive to their citizens, otherwise their citizens will move. But there's a danger too that a big organization like the EU or other bodies that we might join could be like a cartel, that they pick like some bad policies and then you know, enforce them, and so therefore the competition doesn't serve the citizens. And so as I'm thinking about like which organizations that I think the United States should belong to or how the world should work, then I think that if we're doing something that enhances TIBO competition, then it's, you know, it's
Can you
probably
define
good.
TIBO competition for
Yeah, it's
the
just like
journalists and lawyers in the room?
Yeah, so the basic idea is that, think about it, so the original thought was Samuelson, I think, was at the University of Michigan giving a seminar about how private goods are efficiently produced by the market, but public goods aren't. And then TIBO, who I think was a graduate student at Michigan at the time, they used to have some really great professors at Michigan, Jim. They taught some great guys. He just said, well, what if people can move? He said, if people can move, then the towns have to compete for the citizens, and that competition will make the government sufficient. And so, you know, clearly the EU, if you look at what they do, that they haven't thought of their mission as being like the populist one, which is protecting the citizens of Europe against the growth of big government by increasing competition between governments. They've harmonized, you know, banana standards, whether diabetics can drive, and all sorts of things that, you know, probably should happen at a lower level. And so the last thing I want to say is that going back to really early research that Alan and I did when Roseanne and Alan and I were still at Penn, that we've often thought a lot about how people who are optimizers or like so firms, they think a lot about what the tax rate's going to be in the future. Roseanne's dissertation was about tax loss carry forwards and the dynamic effects of carrying them forward, and whether the tax rates change means that your tax loss carry forwards might be worth more or less or something like that. But I think that as policy analysts that we need to start to think that the government needs to be forward looking too. And if nations are engaged in a competition, we need to think about, well, what's the equilibrium of this competition? And we could try to enforce this really inefficient source-based corporate income tax, but the gains to defection are so high that everybody else around the world has been cutting them. And then ask yourself, like, look ahead to what is the equilibrium? And I think the equilibrium is something like the Auerbach tax, And I do kind of think that in the debate, we should ask ourselves, what's the long-run equilibrium of the game that we see? Are we going to be able to construct a cartel that keeps us from getting there? If not, then the reform that we adopt should probably move us towards that equilibrium.
Mick, we talked, as I mentioned, the dollar came up earlier. What do we know about how the dollar is likely to react if the U.S. was to enact a destination-based cash flow tax, given what we know about how the dollar has reacted to changes in VATs in other countries, even though they're all smaller than Rhode Island?
Well, again, thanks for the invitation to be here today. It's really a great day. Really, there's actually very little empirical evidence that I know of that one can draw on this. In fact, I was thinking, now the topic came up again, I was looking back at some work that we have done on effects of VAT changes, but then I realized that we had carefully chosen the sample to have fixed exchange rates, so we didn't have to get into this issue. But maybe just to mention one line of work we did on that, because I think it's a little relevant to the debate and comparing what's going on in the maybe the discussions in the US with what's gone on elsewhere, is of course a few years ago, one standard piece of advice for troubled countries in the Eurozone was to go through a fiscal devaluation. And what that meant was to increase the VAT and cut payroll taxes on labor, which is precisely the kind of the logic of the destination-based cash flow tax. And the idea was to have a boost, at least a short-term boost to activity. And there we did actually find that there was quite a significant impact from that. So, which is always nice for tax people. I think it's always nice when you have at least some effect in the data. So there clearly was an effect there. The question then as well is, what is our model for how these kind of effects, when they come up in domestic prices, when they come up in exchange rates? I think a lot of economists' intuition is to say, well, which price adjusts quicker? And to think, well, probably exchange rates are going to be adjusting quicker than other things. But there are certainly sort of macro models working on this to try and figure out really a little bit more the kind of the price dynamics, how it works out, which of course affects not only the short run adjustment, but it also affects the long run incidence of the tax, how far the adjustment is through internal prices and how far it's through the exchange rate. It matters quite a lot for what we think of the distribution impact, even if in some sense to the first order that the real equilibrium is the same. So I think that's what one learns about the exchange rate issue, which is not much. But maybe just to mention, I think a couple of other things I wanted to mention that one can draw from the VAT experience, if I could. One is we've both Alan and Itai pointed out the kind of the economic equivalence between a destination-based cash flow tax and a VAT with a payroll subsidy at the same rate. Of course, the VAT that's equivalent to a single rate destination-based cash flow tax. No country in the world has a VAT of that kind because, as you know, typical VATs are not single rate. They have all kind of exemptions, which is important, I think, when you think about, well, might we go down this alternative? Maybe we should go down this alternative route of the VAT, just to bear in mind that actually succeeding to pass a kind of a single rate clean VAT that would kind of mimic the effects of the DBCFT is not politically going to be terribly easy at all. And does raise a lot of the same issues with how you treat financial services and so on. I also just very quickly on Kim's point about not rushing in, just to mention that the fund standard advice for a country that's introducing a VAT is that this takes about 2.5 years. So I'm sure the US could do it quicker, but it's not a trivial point.
So Michael, if you were making a list of questions about the DBCFT that haven't been raised yet today.
There it is.
Yeah, I know. But half of those, I read that already. So half of those have been raised. I'm giving you the opportunity to put fresh logs on the fire.
Well, maybe one that
no, that was for Michael Gratz. That wasn't for you.
Sorry, I'm still Michael. Oh.
Mick and Michael, right?
Yeah. Oh, we've had this problem with our group. We had a third Michael, right? So,
that's true.
Is that why Gratz had to leave?
That's one of the reasons. So I did post, David has seen these, but no one else has. I did post a group of slides, there are 43 slides, called the known unknowns of the business tax reforms proposed in the House Republican blueprint, in which I acknowledged that Donald Rumsfeld was a better epistemologist than defense secretary. But there are 43 sort of things. Some of them are things we won't know even once the tax is enacted, I think. And some of them are things that we'll know as we go through the legislative process, implementation kinds of issues. And many of them, as you say, have been raised. You know, I have to say, I'm worried about this. I guess I am the only lawyer on the table, and we had a couple in the earlier panels, but I'm really worried about this because it is a unique tax unknown anywhere in history or in the world. And so it seems to me it's a risky proposition in many ways. For example, when Kim says, oh, well, we could have a 40% rate instead of a 20% rate, I immediately think, and since it's a tax inclusive rate, then not a tax exclusive rate for those who know that language, instead of exchange rates rising 25%, they'd have to rise over 50%. I think the rate matters. It matters for very different reasons than it does under an income tax. I'm quite worried about a 25% appreciation in the dollar, particularly on sovereign debt of countries like Malaysia, Turkey, Indonesia, Mexico, always Mexico, who have denominated their dollars in their debts in dollars, and also many non-financial corporations that have denominated their debts in dollars because people don't trust their currency. They'll immediately take a huge hit, which will depend on the rate of the tax. That is, if you believe exchange rates are going to adjust. It's going to be a combination of prices and exchange rates. And as I hear Mick, he says, we're not sure exactly what that mix will be. Alan is greatly confident about the incidence of this tax, and I have to say, as a non-economist, I'm a little confused about it because I keep worrying if prices go up, do I have to pay more out of my wages for those prices? And then Alan says, but your wages are going to go up because of the wage subsidy. And I think, well, gosh, I can't wait to talk to my dean about how my wages are going to go up. But then he said, but we've already got a wage deduction under the current law. So, you know, so I worry. So we're now going to allow a deduction for capital goods, immediate expensing. So I'm thinking, well, I'm a business person. I'm equal between a robot and a worker. Before, I could have deducted the worker, but not the robot, right? Now, you know, I admit I'm a lawyer and not an economist, and so I keep asking questions, and they have all the answers, and so that seems to be where we are, and that's okay. But I think a lot of people are asking these questions, and I think one of the reasons people are asking these questions is that there is no tax like this anywhere in the world. And as Alan would be the first to tell you, people like David Bradford and others have been arguing for this tax now for more than 40 years. So it's not like it's some new idea that hasn't been enacted. It's an old idea that's in new clothing. Let me just say one other thing from a lawyer's perspective. Ty was being very political or gentle or whatever, and described that there is an equivalent to this tax that you could have that would not violate the WTO. I just want to explain that to those of you who may have missed the subtlety. This tax violates the WTO, and the WTO will say so. And I'm a little worried about how we react when our trade negotiations with 163 countries are now thrown into the balance because we've created this situation. And what Atai did not say, but might have said if he had more time, is that there is an issue about whether it also violates our bilateral income tax treaties with 68 countries. And there are two possibilities, I think. One is it violates those treaties. The other is it's outside the scope of those treaties. If it's outside the scope of those treaties, then that's because we have no corporate income tax, I suppose. Then do we think that those countries are going to allow U.S. multinationals to deduct the royalties that they pay to the U.S., which will not be taxed in the U.S. under the DBCFT because they're exports, without imposing either a withholding tax or a denial of deduction. So that there is one of the big unknowns for me is how other governments are going to react. And I have to say, with our current government, I have a newfound uncertainty about how our government might react. I would have been confident about how either President Bush would have responded to a WTO dispute. I hear President Trump saying the WTO is a disaster and we ought to negotiate our trade treaties bilaterally. Okay, that's 163 countries. We're going to get a good deal from each one of them. Not in Mr. Trump or my lifetime, I fear. So I think this is a big problem. One last issue, and I'll stop. State and local governments. This is one that has not come up. State and local governments all have corporate income taxes. Where do they have I go back to Lily's CCCCTB. Where do they have a common consolidated corporate tax base? Answer, in the federal tax system. So all the states start from the corporate tax. The federal government repeals the corporate tax. The states, which do have retail sales taxes and have their own consumption taxes, are going to have an issue about what they do about corporate taxes, and they can start competing with each other, and then we can have a European
competition.
A European Union. We could have a.
Kim, let me ask you about, so if you acknowledge that there are problems with the U.S. way we tax business, and if you'll concede that if you can do something at the margin to make the U.S. more competitive, that is to attract more economic activity here, it would be a good thing to do. I take your point that taxes may not be the only or even the most important factor. I think what the spirit of the the tax is that we have had very little success in making modest changes to the business tax. The politics of that seem difficult. We have a serious problem, and yes, we are talking here in the realm of the ideal. We all know that when the legislative language is written, it'll be far more complicated, and some industries will be carved out, and there'll be transition rules and all that. That's the nature of any tax reform. But what would you do instead if you don't want to make the kind of wholesale change?
Yeah, I think we already have a pretty good outline of what might work instead if you build on some combination of Camp's proposal from a few years back and the Obama administration's proposal for business tax reform. And I think that those packages basically involve a lower corporate rate, but combined with more serious base erosion measures. And the one that I find most attractive would be the per country minimum tax. And the nice advantage of a per country minimum tax is you could get rid of all the profit shifting that way too. Because my work and others' work suggests that all the profit shifting, or 98% of it, is happening with respect to countries with less than 15% tax rates. So if you have a per country minimum tax that's payable currently, then there's no incentive to move income to those tax havens anymore. And the great thing about that, as I show in a paper with an IMF economist as a colleague of Mick's and also Ed Kleinbard, is that that helps rather than hurts our trading partners, which might be a nice thing given the current political climate. Because if a multinational firm isn't putting a lot of money into Bermuda, that helps the U.S. tax base, but also helps the German and the Japanese and the other tax bases that they might be shifting the income to Bermuda from. And that's off the shelf, ready to go, doesn't require a lot of worries about exchange rates. And I'm with Michael Gratz in being concerned about the sort of sovereign debt angle there too, because one shouldn't be sanguine about a massive dollar appreciation that involves a big wealth transfer as well as risks to the world economy through emerging markets. So I think this minimum tax thing is ready to go with a lower tax rate, and that would go a long way to solving the profit shifting problem.
Kevin, can you give us what you think are the biggest advantages and biggest risks of going to a destination-based cash flow tax?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So I think that a big advantage is that the compliance is much simpler. So I kind of remember Joel at one point Joel Slemrod did an estimate of the compliance cost versus the revenue, and it turned out that the compliance cost was higher than the revenue for the international tax, or close, right? They were pretty close, and so that you no longer have to, move your tax return around with a forklift. I think that, we're talking about the neutrality of the code, which is, attractive, after it's there. But we're starting out with a code that's distinctly not neutral, that encourages you to locate activity offshore, transfer the, prices, the profits there, and so if we go from a really not neutral code to a more neutral code, then it should, have domestic benefits. The plan also encourages the location of activity for foreigners that have economic rents that they would want to locate them in the U.S. And that should also be a positive for us. And moving towards a consumption base is something that back when I was working on the Fortran code of the Auerbach-Kotlikoff model in grad school, that there's a lot of documentation of the positive benefits of that, and so there are a lot of good arguments. I think that Michael is right that transition risks are things that really need to be closely paid attention to. The dollar appreciation is one. The debt. What do you do about existing debt? How do you grandfather it? That there are a lot. If you don't grandfather it well, then you could really mess things up. You could imagine that there'd be a lot of bankruptcy and so on. And it reminds of the '86 Act in that regard, where they didn't really think through what would happen to non-residential real estate as carefully as they could have in retrospect. And so I think that those risks are definitely there. The foreign exchange one. So on one side you could say, well, those markets are really volatile. One of the things you see sometimes is you're worried about, like, the change in the gas tax. Is it going to have a really big effect? And you notice that the price at the pump varies every month by more than what they're talking about, the gas tax or something. And so then you think, okay, well, how bad is it going to be? Well, the foreign exchange markets are really, really volatile. You go look. But the thing that so then you might say, well, okay, well, so they're used to big fluctuations, and so therefore they ought to, be okay. But on the other hand, this is a really concentrated one that hits everybody at the same time, and that's the kind of thing that in the past has led to instability in financial markets. We could think of the Asian crisis as being an example, Latin American debt crisis, and what happened to the currencies then. So I think that those risks are significant, and that one would hope that for many of them, that prudent transition rules would ameliorate them.
And a question came up earlier that I know you have a good answer to, so I'm going to ask it, which is, okay, so the economists tell me in the long run there's no revenue from this thing, because in the long run we can't run a trade deficit forever, and we can't run a budget deficit forever, so someone's going to have to pay for this, so the present value is zero, so relax. And then the scorekeepers say, this is a great tax because we get a lot of money over the next 10 years that we can spend. So who pays where's the money coming from over the next 10 years?
Yeah. I think that many of us in the room have been frustrated by American citizens' inability to internalize the transversality conditions of our models. But I think that and I have to say that I've spent in the last few months, I spent more time reading Mick Keane's work. That just go to Google Mick Keane, look at his working paper. He's got papers he doesn't even remember that have really helped me think through all of this and the exchange rate movements and stuff like that. But the way I think about who pays, which I was sort of taught by Alan Viard, who wrote a recent piece about this and who's in the room over there, is that a way to think about it is that if the dollar does appreciate, which is what we think happens in the model, then if we have a trade deficit right now, so it's a current account deficit, it has to be financed with a capital account surplus. And the capital account surplus is, they're buying, say, U.S. bonds at appreciated dollar and then getting interest at an appreciated dollar. And so really you could think of it like we're borrowing the revenue from the people who are financing the current account deficit, and anyway, that's where the revenue comes from. That's why it's not. So
the Chinese buy U.S. Treasuries. They have to pay at an appreciated dollar rate, but they get paid back
in
appreciated dollars. So are they indifferent to this?
Well, yeah, because that's why they bought the bond, right? Is that they yeah.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, I'm not an economist, but if you've got a U.S. holder of foreign assets and the dollar goes up, that person just lost a lot of money. I think it's $8 trillion at 25%. And the reverse is true. If a foreign holder of U.S. assets, if the dollar goes up 25%, they just get 25% richer, right? So and that's, I think, based on current numbers, about $6.1 trillion. So there are huge wealth effects that are going on that will vary depending on who's holding assets where and who's holding debt where.
That's correct.
And so
that's correct.
I just wanted to be sure about that.
Both things are true. One doesn't negate the other.
Okay. I didn't mean to negate it, but I just didn't want to leave it off the table. Can I just make one comment about Mick's point about not having clean VATs? So, look, I'm a person who believes that we should lower our corporate tax rate a lot. I believe that high tax rates attract debt and low tax rates attract income, and so we've got this backwards. And that we should have a value-added tax. And if you look at what other countries have been doing by competition, they've been raising their value-added taxes and lowering their corporate income taxes, and we don't have that instrument available to us. And tell me why. But the problem I'm having with some of this discussion is we're comparing sort of the messiness of a real-world corporate income tax, the less messy, I would argue, value-added tax, putting Europe aside, but the modern VATs, which Mick, you know a ton about, to an imagined DBCFT, which Congress it's going to go through. Isn't it going to go through Congress as well? I mean, I'm not making a point about. But we can't just assume that Alan's blackboard version of the DBCFT is the one that Congress is going to enact. And this goes back to a point that Atai made, which is a very, very important point that those of you who were not on the President's Commission may have missed. And that is, that you've got to have very tight rules that are similar to the invoicing requirement in VATs in order to make this thing come together. And if you just put in exemptions in the DBCFT, let's say I read one in the paper that a spice company wants an exemption for spices because we can't grow spices apparently here. You have to grow them in spice countries. And so you put in an exemption for spice, that will then work its way through the system if you don't require invoices. And so I'm just worried about, I'm thinking agriculture, real estate.
But Michael, you have a tax reform proposal.
Yeah.
And you didn't present to us the post-Senate Finance Committee, post-Ways and Means version. That's true. That could be an argument against ever doing tax reform.
Well, it certainly stopped us so far.
Touche.
I concede.
Surrender.
I concede in my book and in my articles urging a much lower rate VAT to lower the corporate rate than we're now talking about. I concede that there are better and worse VATs, and that if the CBO estimates a broad-based VAT, which I would say would be a better VAT, and it estimates a narrower-based VAT, which would be a worse VAT. Either of those, I might add, would move us in a position where we were able to have more instruments of the sort that are pushing us toward this DBCFT, and enable us to adjust our rates and our individual taxes. Somebody asked about inequality. I don't think of the corporate tax. I guess this is where Kim and I differ. I don't think of the corporate tax as particularly good at addressing inequality because of the mobility of the issues that we've talked about, including intellectual property. I think that shareholders are much less mobile, and so that the progressivity at the capital end ought to come from individuals based on where they reside, and that's the only sort of, I think, stable way to deal with issues of progressivity. So the fact that this particular tax may be a little more progressive than the value-added tax and a little less progressive, I mean, you've got to look at the system as a whole.
Mick, there seems to be a general sense, at least among the economists, that it would be a good idea to tax rents, that we can build a tax system that doesn't tax normal profits. First of all, for lay people, why? And secondly, if we weren't going to do the DBCFT, what would be other ways that we might think about taxing rents?
Right. So rents, one could basically think of as the return to investor in excess of the minimum they need in order to undertake the investment. So it's kind of a kind of excess or super normal profits. So the idea in the simple cases, you can pretty much tax those at whatever rate you want. You're still leaving the investor more than at least the minimum they require to undertake the investment. So the investment still kind of goes ahead. Also, particularly clearly in the form of the cash flow tax, this also means we get around problems with distortions to the choice of financing. So if you think about the cash flow tax, where the system is neutralized between debt and equity finance, which is an important feature, I think, because certainly one of the things that we've been worrying about at the fund increasingly is the kind of financial stability implications of these tax incentives to excessive debt. So it has all these kind of nice neutrality properties, and I think I was happy not to be asked a question about competitiveness, because I think economists much easier to think in terms of neutrality and kind of efficiency, and I'd like to. I don't have that many papers, but I think the word competitiveness does not appear in any of my papers, except one co-author who put it in at proof stage without telling me. sadly in the title. So, but there are other ways you can go about taxing rents. Another one is based on the allowance for corporate equity approach, where instead of essentially instead of eliminating interest deduction, you also give an allowance and kind of an allowance for a notional return on the equity invested in the company. And in a way, one surprising thing to an outsider in the debate is actually that's not given in some sense a bit more billing. I mean, Kim worked on that in her work. I know Alan's thought about this. We've discussed it a little bit, but you can say, well, the ACE. We don't have to worry about interest deductibility because that carries on. Possibly we can keep depreciation allowances, so we don't have so much. Possibly the losses aren't such a problem. So there are various ways you can do it. I mean, the attraction of the destination base is that when you think, for example, of the alternative of an origin base, where you do tax the return to, you do include the sales from exports, you do give a deduction for imports. Basically, that's where all the transfer pricing issues come about, is the interactions you get there and the incentives to locate kind of a lumpy investment in one country rather than another. So there are other ways you can do it. And I think maybe to segue into another point I wanted to make, there are countries that have rent taxes, not destination-based cash flow taxes. But if you think of resource-rich countries, that's pretty much the standard advice for many of these countries, is to have some kind of rent tax, maybe with royalties as well. And I think that's actually important to bear in mind in this conversation, that I think whatever we envisage, if we think about how other countries might think about this, many of them are resource rich. They're going to want to retain some source taxation in relation to that for sure. And for that, we're still going to have, then I think that, amongst the issues, I don't know if it was in one of Michael's 49, but is thinking about the links with how you tax natural resources, which I know is something we've talked about, and location-specific rent, whether you kind of have a carve-out, have some kind of ring fencing of resource in the rest, whether we can have some kind of grandiose arrangement that includes the resources as a special case. All these kind of interaction things, I think, are things to think about, which lets me make one quick point I also wanted to make sure to get in, is just the importance of these issues for developing countries when we talk about tax competition. It's come up a couple of times, but maybe in a slightly dismissive sense. But it's worth bearing in mind that these tax competition issues are, if anything, more important for low-income countries than for high-income. If these countries are getting more of their revenue comes from the corporate tax than it does in advanced economies. They have nothing else. Where else are they going to go if the corporate tax goes away? The VATs are pretty much all stretched. They haven't got a proper income tax. We don't want them to go back to tariffs. So I do hope that within this whole, both the intellectual and the kind of political debate, we bear in mind that these spillover effects, which Alan mentioned, can be very strong. These do impact, some of the most vulnerable countries in the world.
Okay, Kevin, I'm going to ask you one question, then I'm going to turn to the audience, and if there are not more questions, I'll keep asking. That way we can be sure that we get everybody who wants to ask a question in the audience give a chance. But Kevin, so a lot of the people who are nervous about this they might take your point and say, yeah, we might want to get someday to a destination-based cash flow tax. And there are some advantages to being a first mover. But when the first mover is the size of the United States, it could really have, as Michael said and others said earlier, the backlash from abroad could be pretty severe. And I think that I noticed that people divide into about two camps on that. One is the backlash will be so severe, the danger of blowing up the world trading system is so great that actually the WTO will never hear the case. It'll just never happen. And the other is, well, what do we get out of the WTO anyways? Maybe we ought to use this as an opportunity to rethink how we do everything. So how do you think about how the other countries would react, and how much would you be willing to risk blowing up the world trading system?
Yeah, it's not my call, but yeah, the Foreign Sales Corp litigation. I mean, we were doing something pretty legitimately wrong at that point, right? And it took them 7 years to rule. And how
James says 30 years.
I mean, almost, yes. But each step of the litigation was very lengthy, and Mike Devereaux has studied this way more than me. He spoke at an AEI conference a few months ago where he said he thought that if we moved first, that everybody else would follow relatively quickly. He said that the UK would go this year if we moved. It's not something that, so one thing I have studied, and this is a paper with Aparna, is of course a lot more because there's so much data on it, the corporate tax. And the one thing that we do know is that the corporate tax reforms are really highly correlated, and we have this paper where we were able to predict out of sample corporate tax reforms when countries, neighbors as defined in the kind of and case way, like so the countries that are like them, when they cut their corporate rate, then when your neighbors cut their corporate rate, then you cut your corporate rate, and the responsiveness is really quite
So your basic
dramatic.
point is people would be more likely to copy us than fight us.
If we cut our corporate rate, just cut our corporate rate, then we'd be pretty late from the analysis that we've done. So everybody else has moved and been playing this corporate tax competition game, really for a couple of decades while we've been sitting on the sidelines. And so our model thinks that we should have had a big cut at the corporate rate a while ago. And so we know that kind of competition exists. As Mike says, we don't have any data on what happens if we switch to.
All right, so I want to ask a question of everybody. So 2 years from today, that is, we've had, this Congress has finished. How many people think the president will have signed into law something that looks like a destination-based cash flow tax? If you think, how many people think it's likely to happen? Raise your hand.
What falls within the category
And as generous as you want to be, given that so far it's Auerbach and Samuels who've raised their hand. How many people, some people may not have opinion, how many people think this is an interesting intellectual discussion and we won't see anything like this in the next 2 years? So I'd say a lot of people don't have an opinion, but more say unlikely. Okay, so I want to offer the floor to questions, and as I say, if there are not enough, we'll come back. There's a gentleman over there, and there's a woman over here. One of you can go to the mic, and the other one can take the mic. Oh, whatever. And tell us who you are, please.
David Brazel. I have a dream, and that dream is, let's say Congress gets together and actually decides on tax reform, and they've read Michael's 48 or 49 things that make them a little bit tentative about replacing the income tax, the corporate tax, with a DB-CFT. Let's say they say, let's go part way. I'm going to buy down the corporate rate with this kind of destination-based cash flow tax at a lower rate, with the intention perhaps once we see how it works and we see all the kinks worked out, we're going to then raise the tax, lower the corporate tax, and gradual replacement rather than all at once. The problem I see with that is that every time you raise the rate on the cash flow tax is that you're taking away the neutrality of the tax, because now you're taxing returns at a higher rate than they were deducted at in a previous year. And that might work once or twice, but pretty soon people are going to catch on and that tax will no longer be neutral. Does anybody see a way around that in a way to introduce
Why don't we take the
tax?
second question here, the woman here, and then we'll let people respond.
Hi, I'm Uzma Ashraf. I'm just thinking about the objectives, for example, of this tax DBCFP. What I can think about is maybe there are 2-3 different objectives. That's like one probably is to lower the corporate tax rates, to increase the size of the revenue with the government. The other could be to increase the size of the pie, which Ron was this morning suggesting with the pie, but I'm understanding that the pie is the welfare pie for the U.S. domestic consumers.
Mm-hmm.
And if this tax is going to increase that pie, the size of that pie, and I'm supposing that I forget about what's happening in the outside world, what's happening in Asia, the volatility, the external volatility, whatever. But I'm looking at the domestic effects, so how much the pie would increase for the domestic consumers from this tax. Does this model take any calculations over the next 10 years or in the longer term, how much the domestic users are going to benefit it? I mean, we hear a lot about the job increases and these, the import taxes and all that, but at the end of the day, my understanding is it's like the domestic consumers are going to pay in terms of higher prices.
Okay, so there are two questions. One is kind of, can we drag out the transition? And was there a way to do that? Does anybody have a view on that?
Well, I mean, I would say two things about it. One is there are ways to do this that are lower value-added tax types and keep some of the corporate tax. Either they could be separate, right? I mean, you could lower the corporate rate and have a 5%. You could get basically the same place with a 5% value-added tax of some sort and a 15% corporate rate. That's much less disruptive to existing arrangements and the kinds of things. It keeps the corporate tax in place for treaties and so forth, and assuming the VAT were done in a way that's trade compliant, it wouldn't be nearly as big an issue. The group that Alan and Mick have been working with for some time also have a proposal which has not yet been published, but I know about it, which is for something that they call a residual profit allocation. They've talked about it at the TPC and at Oxford, which basically keeps the corporate tax, provides a regular rate of return, whatever that might be, a normal-ish rate of return on R&D and on manufacturing and on financing, and then allocates the remainder, the rents, if you will, or the IP profits to the country of sale on the grounds that that's where those IP profits actually should be located under appropriate transfer pricing. That gets you a lot of the way to some of the benefits that people are looking at in this tax, without any of the disruptions. So all I'm saying is there are many ways to think about transitions, and there are many ways to think about, if not endpoints, points along the current legislative path that I think that would solve the largest concerns. The question for me is always, in a political context, how exactly that reasonable option emerges and gets enacted.
Kevin, I want to reframe the second question this way. If I'm a member of Congress and I'm in the top quartile of intelligence in the Congress, and I've heard this discussion, I'm a little confused. The economists tell me this is just a great way to get more growth in the U.S., and the dollar will adjust, and it's not really going to change the trade balance at all. And I hear from a lot of my constituents who are multinationals that this is really something to do. It'd make the tax system better, get rid of a lot of the games. And then the Walmart crowd comes in and says, this is a lot of economic theory, and basically we're going to raise the prices at every Walmart for every one of your constituents. And so if the member of Congress said to you, so help me understand, for my district and the people who live in my district, is moving to a destination-based cash flow tax going to make them better off or not? Or do we even know?
Yeah, I think that we know that, and this goes back to something I've been working on for more than a couple of decades, that the current corporate tax is extremely harmful. That if you look at typical Rust Belt type places that used to have manufacturing activity and don't now, in part because of taxes, not just because of taxes, that there's a lot of reason to be hopeful that if we get the corporate rate down, and if we do it by just reducing the rate, or if we do it in this manner, that there's going to be a lot more activity that gets located in the U.S. because we're no longer chasing it away.
But so, if I'm a member of Congress, should I say, well, I don't know, this seems kind of complicated, some risks on the dollar, I'd rather go with Dave Camp. Will I hit the same benefits?
No, but I mean, the Camp bill is another thing, and there are a lot of details that we'd have to talk about for that. But could we conceive of a corporate tax reform where you just played with the rate and a few other things without border adjustment, where you would run it through the model and get the same benefits? Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because there's not just one way to get there. But the fact is that, as Mike says, is he's sort of dreaming of, if tax legislation is sausage, you're dreaming of like vegan sausage, right? That is very virtuous sausage. But the fact is, we've not had.
I think I'm going to retire that metaphor. I don't think that one works. It was a nice try, but
no. But the point is that the corporate tax hasn't been reduced, and it's
Right.
been very, very harmful, and we need to find a way politically to do it.
John Samuels. Can someone bring a mic over here? Well, I think that some people are watching on, you have a big audience here, you know?
Who decided to give Samuels a question?
I did.
So I first have a response to the question about transition, which I think is a good one. What you could
want
do.
to come up here and
No. Because you didn't give it, Michael. What you could do is go to a cash flow tax, but have it be part destination based and part origin based. You don't really need to have the tax initially be fully, so 50% of imports could be non-deductible and 50% of exports exempt, for example. And that's a way to put your toe in the water. I want to just raise a few points about the WTO issues. First, one thing to note, which we tend to forget, is the WTO doesn't apply to services at all. So there is no WTO issue on services, and we're a big, I think we have a net surplus in services. This doesn't apply. Secondly, on the question of is it WTO legal or isn't it WTO legal, I think it's a very good question. As Michael said, it's a lawyer's question. But there's a history here which is important. The first introduction to what kinds of taxes could be rebated at the border and what could not under the WTO was in 1955. And then in 1960, we agreed to allow VATs to be border adjusted. At that time, VATs were rates of 2 to 4%, and they covered only 1/6 of traded goods. Countries had tariffs, they didn't have VATs. Over time, countries started to raise their VAT rates and reduce their tariffs, and the U.S. woke up. And they started in 1968 with a GATT working party trying to say, can we reopen this discussion about what kinds of taxes are border adjustable and which aren't? They were rebuffed. We then tried to open this negotiation up in the Tokyo round in 1974. We tried to open it up in the Uruguay round in 1988, and most recently in the Doha round. Always rebuffed. Now, maybe it doesn't matter if the exchange rates adjust. Why do we care? But the point is, what this could do, instead of leading necessarily to a controversy, it could lead to finally being able to renegotiate what kinds of taxes should or shouldn't be border adjustable. If I believe my colleagues, the economists, who say there is no current economic basis for the status quo. So I think.
Okay, thank you. Alan Viard, your name was invoked. Do you want to say anything in your defense? No? Okay. Mike Smart?
I wanted to ask some questions of Mick Keenan of the panel about the issue of resource taxation that he raised. You took me so far, I understood you up to a certain point. It seems to me clear that resource exporting countries are going to be reluctant to adopt a tax like this on a destination basis. There will be strong incentives to retain taxes on an origin basis, if you're a country like that. And so Mick said, well, that's an issue. Maybe we can figure out how to ring fence regimes of that kind. And I just don't see how that works. I think it fundamentally doesn't work. I'd like to hear more from you. The thinking in my head is that the problem is you can ring fence the tax regimes, but all these firms are trading in the same exchange markets and they're competing in the same labor markets domestically. If the fundamental mechanism in Alan's tax proposal is that we're going to raise domestic prices and domestic wages in a way that offsets the border adjustment, I think that fundamentally breaks down if you have a large sector that's being taxed on an origin basis. Particularly, I come from a country that, I mean, whether you know it or not, Canada is basically, it's a petro state that also produces cars, right? And so, how is this going to work if Canada decides to go ahead with this proposal, but exempts the resource sector from the destination-based treatment? It seems to me you don't get the exchange rate effects. You do get the border adjustments, and the result is that Canada is exporting cars for 25% less than before. How will President Trump respond to that?
I'm not going to answer the last part of or even the first part. No, I think about it. I mean, you're certainly right. Clearly, all the kind of equivalence propositions and so on that relate to the DBCFT assume that every activity is subject to the tax at a uniform rate. All these results break down. So it's certainly true that if you carve out a sector, could be resources or any other sector. If you carve it out, all the neutrality results in relation to the border tax adjustment apart. If you just apply that to a sector, it's going to be out the window. And I'd have to think through. You're quicker than me at figuring out exactly what that means for particular sectors. I think when I talked about carving out, there was in a much more kind of mechanical sense. That is, whether we want to live with the kind of resource tax regimes we have in many countries, which are not really proper resource taxes, or not really proper rent taxes, or whether we want to think about it in a much more mechanical sense, some overarching system that combines origin and destination-based elements perhaps for not just resources, but I guess for anything where you think there are some location-specific rents. I think that's kind of ideally how you'd like to do it, but I think we haven't sat down and figured that through. Or maybe Alan has.
Can I ask a question about this? Just on the DBCFT, assuming you apply it to oil, which is priced in dollars.
Okay, so then Mike.
But
well, let him ask it before you answer.
Maybe some other people don't.
Can you bring the mic over to Auerbach?
No, the question is doesn't the domestic price that you get for selling oil, for example, which is dollar denominated, have to be 25% greater than the price of exported oil? Because you're going to pay tax on the price that you get domestically, but you're not going to pay tax on the price that you export. And is there going to be a wedge between the domestic price and the? So you can answer that now that I've asked it.
Okay, so the first answer to Mike, there's too many Michaels here, but in answer to Michael Smart's question, if you take a DBCFT and you apply it uniformly, and then you have an additional tax on natural resources, there's really no problem. I think you were thinking about a situation in which you somehow try to exempt the sector from the cash destination-based tax and then replace it with a source-based tax. And that would result in a mess, which you characterized correctly. But I don't think there's any such problem if you just put a source-based rent tax on as an add-on tax to this system. And I think when we've talked about that in our group, we've sort of contemplated to the extent that you can identify and measure and not worry about source-based rents without worrying about transfer pricing or anything like that, then and you're a resource-rich country, that's something you should think about doing, and it's complementary to this approach. It's not really a substitute. In answer to Michael Gratz's question, that's going to be true. I mean, think about what happens under a VAT. There's a producer price and there's a consumer price, and if it's inclusive of the tax, it's going to be a higher price than not. And it's not in any way distortionary. That's just the way it's going to be for any goods, not just for oil. The question I thought you were going to ask was, doesn't the fact that oil is priced in dollars somehow damage the exchange rate argument? And the answer is no, because it affects existing contracts, obviously, which have a fixed dollar price. But going forward, we negotiate terms of an agreement, and whether we then say, well, let's measure that price in dollars or euros or any other currency is irrelevant.
Nick? I knew the answer to that question, too. As we say in the law, for the record.
Mick, can I say something? There's a woman in the red dress. If you stand up, they can bring a mic to you.
Okay. Sorry. Very briefly, I just wanted to pick up on something Alan briefly mentioned, which of course is once you retain a kind of an origin-based element in the system, we have all the BEPS problems again. I mean, the BEPS problems will stay for that sector. So, the idea that we're going to wipe out all BEPS problems, even if we all adopt it uniformly, it's not true. So when we, as we probably would, carve out some degree of origin taxation.
Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Hillman. I teach here at Georgetown in the international trade arena, and in my past was a member of the WTO appellate body, so have some familiarity with how the WTO might look at these. And my question really wants to come back to this issue of WTO legality. And for me, the debate, I think, has been very confused because people are conflating the disciplines on imports with the discipline on exports. And to my mind, at least, they are quite different. The disciplines on imports are very clear, so there's no ambiguity about it. If you put a tax on an import that is even 1 penny more than the tax that you put on the domestically produced product, that is an unequivocal violation of our WTO obligations. And the tax proposal that's pending before the Congress is to do exactly that, to tax imports without allowing a deduction for wages. So the tax on imports would cover the entire value, whereas the domestic tax would allow a deduction for that portion that is attributable to wages. So there would be an absolute, unequivocal, no doubt about it, violation of our WTO obligations on the import side. On the export side, I think there can be a lot of very genuine debate, and that's exactly what happened in the Fisk situation about whether or not an export tax is an indirect tax or a direct tax, whether or not its value does or doesn't create a subsidy for exports. So I think very legitimate debate about how that would be regarded. But I think there's no ambiguity about how the import tax would be regarded. And if you look at the estimates of what the amount of retaliation that would be permissible, the most recent numbers would show a number in the order of $220 billion of permissible retaliation by our trading partners, which again I think puts it into a completely different category than Fisk. So if that's the case, if it is on day one a blatant, unequivocal violation that could subject the United States to retaliation, and presumably quick retaliation of up to $220 billion, where then do you see the risks, and how essential is providing, how essential then is providing
the witness, Counselor.
But how essential is providing an import tax that does not permit a comparable deduction for wages or other things so that you don't have it as a discriminatory tax?
Kim?
How critical is that to moving forward with this kind of proposal?
I just want to make one quick comment, which is that point is why I said you're going to lose in the WTO. It's just, I agree entirely with the legal analysis.
Yeah, so I do think this is a big risk, and a couple ways of thinking about it. When the WTO rules against you, you've got choices you can make. You can either comply with their ruling and change your law, or you can face the retaliation. And both of those seem somewhat problematic, because if you face the retaliation, right, then the trade effects of the retaliatory tariffs are likely to far outlast any period of exchange rate adjustment that we're waiting for. So you're potentially left with a very damaged trading system, and I don't take that lightly at all. If you change the rules, if the WTO rules against us, and we could argue even cynically that maybe that's part of the plan, and that then, that once they're ruled against you, at least Shepard made this argument, that you just remove the wage deduction and you've completed the transition from a corporate tax to a VAT. And I would be myself reluctant, because I do think the well-designed corporate tax has an important role to play in taxing capital, and I wouldn't like to see that entirely transformed into a consumption tax. That's one option. Another option is you could get rid of the border adjustment, but then it doesn't work. Then you don't have any of the positive benefits associated with the tax, because you've opened the door to tax avoidance and you've lost a lot of revenue. So I don't think any of those outcomes are things we should view with happiness.
Kevin, I took your answer to this to be, it's not going to come to a confrontation with the WTO, that there's at least, it's not the only way it goes, that there could be, that we could spark a change, either as John suggests, in the way the WTO looks at these things, or that, it'll just become conventional to do a tax like this.
I'm not an expert on WTO law, and the one thing I can say is that we've seen that there are ways to construct it. I think John has studied this a lot, but there are ways to construct it that are WTO compliant. So if you have a VAT and then the payroll tax reduction, and that they're mathematically identical to this. And so the notion that we would have a law, it could be true that we have a law where there are two mathematically identical things, that the law rules.
We call it the
in different
tax
directions.
law.
No, I'm just saying that if it's mathematically identical, then you would hope that the law would
true
treat
of
them the same.
financial
It's,
instruments
maybe
and all
that's
sorts
an
of
obscure principle of law.
Well, but I agree. I'm kind of sympathetic with your view, Kevin, although it does seem to me that the politics of this is that the success of this tax rely on convincing at least one person in the United States who has a very powerful position that it is a tariff, and convincing everybody else that it isn't a tariff, and then everybody will be happy.
So I have a question actually for the trade.
You want to appeal the WTO decision? Yeah, okay.
So my understanding is that this $220 billion countervailing duties that other countries could impose against the United States would be prospective only. In other words, if the WTO rules against us, we have a cure period, which, as Kim suggested, might let us get rid of the wage deduction, do other things, so that we aren't really putting ourselves at risk of an immediate $220 billion.
Again, assuming all of our trading partners are saying they will continue to follow the WTO rules. I mean, that's that's sort of obviously the concern would be if we are arguably blatantly violating the WTO rules right out of the box, whether everybody else is going to say, well, I'll still follow all the WTO rules and go through the process. But you are correct. The way the process would work, you would have to first have a ruling that the United States' tax law is not consistent with the WTO. And like I said, on the import side of it, if the tax were as it is today, I think 100% chance that that would be the outcome. Then arguably you can appeal that decision, so you're buying more time. Then you are making some change of some kind and saying now we are in compliance, and then you then can have another challenge on whether or not whatever you have done to come into compliance in fact brings you into compliance. So again, yes, the process can go for a while if there is appeals at each one of these stages. And these days, the caseload is very high at the WTO, so the cases are slowed. Could be 4, could be 5 years before a formal authorization of retaliation were.
Look, I just asked you started with something that I wasn't sure that necessarily the assumption that one should assume. So that assumes nobody retaliates in anticipation.
Correct.
Because I'm another country, they want to break the WTO rules. fine, I'll break the WTO rules too. I'm going to impose some tariffs, and then you can sue me, and I'll sue you, and
Right.
you could
Exactly.
cascade.
In other words, if you're going to follow the WTO rules, then I think the retaliation wouldn't be authorized, and the United States does everything it can procedurally to drag it out as long as they can. I think retaliation wouldn't be authorized by the WTO for 5 years, could even be more if again, you keep dragging it out. So 5-year window, I think, before realistically a country would be authorized to retaliate if they're following the WTO rules. I think the risk is whether countries are going to say, since you're not following the rules, I'm not going to either. I'm going to retaliate immediately. That's would be my sense of the risk.
So with all due respect, I'm not sure anything's 100% because I heard a trade lawyer at a meeting, I think 3 weeks ago, very respected trade lawyer, saying he's not sure whether this is, and Michael was with me.
It's not the way I heard him either.
Well, he said he thought, oh no, he said he thought we might lose, we might win, we might lose. This would be a case of first impression before the WTO. But it wasn't a slam dunk out of the box.
I think we can establish that you can, the chances of getting unanimity among lawyers is at least as rare as getting unanimity, especially with those who have clients, is at least as rare as among economists, some of whom have clients. I think we've run out of time. I want to thank the panel and the audience for what was a really interesting discussion, and to thank the IPTF and Georgetown because the fact that so many people stayed in the room so long for a discussion of taxes is just a sign of where we are. And will someone tell me you want to tell me what the directions are for lunch and Kevin Brady and all that?
We're just taking a little break now. Chairman Brady's on his way, so that's
Okay.
starting in about 15 minutes.
So
Okay.
we have lunch afterwards? Or
Lunch is after. That is in the program, I believe.
Okay, so.
In order to protect air.
Okay, well, if anybody, so we can, what?
Announce lunch is after.
Lunch will be after Kevin Brady, so you don't get a free lunch unless you stay for Kevin Brady. I'm happy to take a break, but if someone has a question we didn't get to, we can fill the time a little bit, or not.
Copy it there in the case.
Okay with that? So I think you should stay close, because when Kevin Brady comes, we don't want to spend 20 minutes getting everybody back in their seats. Thank you.
Yeah, you did a great job moderating the Catholic kangaroos. Yeah.
Oh, thanks. It was fun.
Yeah, you didn't tell us who you traveled.
Well, I'll send it. I think I really like to moderate these things.
What's that now? Good. Well, that would be a very result. Yeah, that's important. Oh, did you? I'm available for quiet consultation. And it doesn't please.
I think that it's also.
I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help.
Except actually take a job. You won't do that.
I don't have any prospect.
Well, there's a definition in the text of the difference between so paraphrasing down more likely is the text that you not counting
Remember Bill Archer? Bill Archer was never convicted of that.
Okay, I believe that. I believe that. Okay.
Chairman Brady? Folks, Chairman Brady's here, so can I ask you to take your seats? John, you going to introduce him? Yeah. So can everybody take their seats, please?
So please, please take your seats. So we are, we've had a great morning of discussion, but it's going to be capped off by, I'm sure, a terrific talk from our luncheon speaker, and who probably needs no introduction to this group. Kevin Brady, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, which is the, without question, most powerful committee in the House. It has jurisdiction over not only tax, but healthcare, trade, Social Security. But we're talking about tax today. We're delighted to have him here for two reasons. One, as we said earlier, the initiative Kevin Brady has taken on tax reform has made all of us much more important in our companies and our universities and academies. Taxes all of a sudden, in fact, the chairman of my company refers to me as the it girl now. So I'm enjoying the limelight while I have it, as you should. And that's because of the bold and innovative proposal that Chairman Brady and Speaker Ryan are advancing to really transform the U.S. tax system. And we understand, we talked this morning about a lot of the issues and frictions that would that would be involved in getting us from here to there and how they might be addressed. And they're all real, and I think the chairman understands that. But he also understands that the status quo is not working so well. And again, I want to thank him for taking time out of what I can promise is a very busy schedule. I told them this was an important audience because collectively the thought leaders on tax policy are in this room, and his job is to convince you that the House blueprint for tax reform will be good for the country. So please join me in welcoming Chairman Brady.
John, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for your leadership of this policy forum. It's rare, as you said, to be able to bring thought leaders together at such a critical time in tax reform. And as you know, we have spent a considerable amount of time together as we've worked on how do we leapfrog our America and our tax code back into the lead pack as the most pro-growth tax codes on the planet. And it requires us to be bold at every step in order to do that. So before I get wound up, thank you, John, for having me here today. Thank you for the host, Georgetown Law's Institute of International Law, and of course, the International Tax Policy Forum. And what you've done with this conference is just so impressive because of the bright minds that are in this room. And I think really it speaks directly to the outstanding work being done by today's sponsor organizations. More than that, I think it underscores the urgent need for leaders in Washington to take a hard look at where we stand globally and examine what we need to do to strengthen our international competitiveness. And I'd be remiss in not saying, while we're on the subject of bright minds, one of our bright minds on the Ways and Means Committee, Allison Halatai, our general counsel and parliamentarian, is a graduate of Georgetown Law. So we're glad. Allison, where are you at today? Here's Allie. Thank you for being here. She's going to critique my speech, so, you know, get a little nervous about that. So, look, I jump at the chance anytime, anywhere to talk about tax policy. And today, though, is an especially historic day to have this discussion. Today's the 104th anniversary of the ratification of the 16th Amendment, which formally established the federal income tax. So, can I get a cheer for that? No, you don't cheer for that. Man, I asked the wrong question. So, the 16th Amendment is simple, and it's amazing. It's just 30 words. The Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, without regard to any census or enumeration. It's amazing to think what has come about from those simple 30 words. From those words, we now have the highest corporate income tax rate in the developed world. From those 30 words, we now have a tax system that puts made in America products at a tax disadvantage both here in the United States and around the world. We have a tax code that favors foreign products over U.S. products and chases American jobs in manufacturing and research overseas. And from these 30 words, we now have a tax code that's so complicated that according to Tax Foundation, American businesses and families spend more than a combined 6 billion hours and $30 billion just to file their taxes each year. And from those 30 words, we can all understand what Will Rogers meant. And when he said the difference between death and taxes is death doesn't get worse every time Congress meets. So here's what I think when I read the 16th Amendment. Our tax system doesn't have to be this way. We do not have to settle for what we have today. Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived. That means Congress and the American people have a choice in how our tax system works. We have control. over it. And if we don't like our current tax system, those 30 words give us the power to change it and put in place a new one that strengthens America in opportunity and wages. Whatever we want it to do, we can make it simple or as complex as we want. We can make it as pro-growth or slow growth as we want. We can make it as globally competitive or uncompetitive as we want. And so when House Republicans began developing the blueprint last year, those three choices were at the heart of every decision that we made. We looked at the boldest, most innovative policy solutions available, and just as all you have today, we took a hard look at where America stands today relative to our international competition. One thing became clear: not only are we struggling to compete and win internationally, many policy areas, we're not even in the game. Our local businesses are fighting with one hand tied behind their back, and there is no reason to stand idly by and continue to allow the status quo to continue. So with our blueprint, we said, let's make the system simple. Let's make it pro-growth. Let's actually build a tax code not designed to wring money from you, but designed and built for growth, the growth of jobs, the growth of wages, the growth of the U.S. economy. And thanks to the hard work of the members of the House Republican Conference, the Ways and Means Committee, and we have 24 of the brightest tax minds in the House, and the leadership of our Speaker, Paul Ryan. We were able to pull this together and deliver, I think, propose the type of tax code our nation truly deserves today. Our blueprint delivers a tax code built specifically to leapfrog America from dead last among our global competitors back into the lead pack of the most pro-growth tax systems on earth. And we do that because we know what our competitors do. Just as every successful business, we know what our competitors do. So we start with providing the lowest tax rates in modern history for American businesses of all sizes. No longer will we be sitting on the sidelines with the highest corporate tax rate in the world. Instead, we're proposing a corporate rate of 20%, a rate that gets us in the game in a major way. For small businesses, for those who are not C corporations, no longer will you be taxed under the individual side of the code that can at times can be as high as 44.6%. Instead, our Main Street job creators will be taxed at a top rate of no more than 25%. So they can keep more of what they earn, not sending it to Washington, but reinvesting it in their business, in their jobs, in their future. This reduction in rates for pass-throughs is truly historic. Exercising the choice and the power the Constitution gives us, we decided that for the first time in history, we would finally separate wage income from small business income. We decided that it was finally time to stop taxing Tom's bike shop like we tax Tom Brady. That is not a prediction on this weekend in any way in the Super Bowl. I'm a big fan of his. But for decades now, we've not been able to separate the small business person from the high wage earner. As a result, Tom's bike shop paid more. We're determined to change that. And while lower rates will certainly get us back into the game, it's not enough. For us to stimulate growth, for us to leapfrog our way back into that lead pack, we have to do more. So that's why we also take historic steps to unleash investment in America. So for the first time in history, our blueprint provides all businesses with the ability to immediately write off the cost of new capital investment, unlimited. So instead of the complex depreciation rules we have today, there will be a tax-free return on purchases of new equipment, technology, or machinery that our job creators need to produce and compete at a higher level. And this policy, which is full and immediate expensing, is one of the most pro-growth solutions we have in the blueprint. Not only will it unleash business investment, and here's the key: it's not about buying just equipment or technologies or computers or building. It is about productivity and the investment it takes, because that drives wages, that drives growth in America. And that, by the way, that business investment and the productivity that goes with it is what's been missing from this recovery for the past 8 years. And finally, to ensure we leapfrog America back into that lead pack and keep us there, we're proposing to replace our worldwide tax system with the territorial tax approach and to end the Made America tax on U.S. exports. So unlike our foreign competitors, almost all of our foreign competitors, the United States doesn't currently tax the sale of products based on where the sale takes place. Instead, we tax the sale of products based on whether those products are made in America or if the business making them is headquartered here, hence the Made in America tax. And this tax is one of the most antiquated, uncompetitive, anti-growth features of today's U.S. tax code. It puts our Made in America goods, services, and intellectual property at a direct tax advantage here at home and the same abroad. And worst of all, in my view, it provides a direct tax incentive for businesses to move their jobs, their investment, their research, and their headquarters outside the United States. And today, for too many businesses, the best place to access the U.S. market is from outside the U.S. market. And that can't continue. So for the first time in our nation's history, we're proposing to end this Made in America tax and completely rework the way we tax the sales of foreign imports and American-made exports. Our proposal is simple, and it's based on one powerful idea. All products consumed in America will be taxed at an equal rate, a low business tax rate of 20%. And this policy, sometimes referred and now becoming much more known to the mainstream as border adjustability, is how all our foreign competitors implement their VAT taxes. But unlike our foreign competitors, this is not a VAT. And unlike our current tax system, it's not an origin-based business income tax. As I explain in our town halls back home, and I do more than 50 a year, and most of them on tax reform these days, imagine the current tax code as a spotlight that covers the whole stage. But imagine when a spotlight narrows down to just one character on that stage. That's what we're proposing in our tax code. Take this complicated, bloated, uncompetitive international code and narrow it down to spotlight to the United States and ask that basic, powerful question: is your product, your service, your intellectual property consumed in the U.S.? If so, it will be taxed at a simple, low business rate. This is a smarter, a simpler destination-based cash flow tax that, as Alan Auerbach has designed and discussed and advanced throughout the years, is far more pro-growth for America. And with it, we will level the playing field finally. So no longer will foreign imports have an advantage over Made in America products here in the United States. Instead, all products will be taxed equally. I can't think of anything fair than equal taxation. And additionally, no longer will Made in America tax on U.S. exports or sales put our businesses and workers and products at a disadvantage overseas. So if your American-made product or service is sold abroad, it will no longer bear the U.S. tax, period. And in the end, this move to eliminate the Made in America tax is a simple but very powerful way to promote true competition based on price, quality, and service instead of tax regimes. And when combined with the other historic reforms of lower rates and full and immediate expensing, as well as territorial, it eliminates, and this is our goal, to eliminate every tax incentive to move your job and research overseas. In fact, to do the opposite, but to make America, again, a magnet for new business investment and growth in the 21st century. It is a game changer. And as simple as this solution is, taxing all products equally here in the United States, we also recognize that there will be questions and concerns. This is a major change from how we tax today, and while border adjustability may be well known among you and around the world, it is new to the United States. So we're listening carefully to those who are impacted. We're spending time discussing this with those who have questions. We welcome and expect that feedback. We work to improve this blueprint at every step in the process. So if there's anything you remember from today, it's this: if we have the power to make our tax system as bold, as pro-growth, and as competitive as we want, and we do, why in the world would we hang on to provisions that put our producers at a worldwide disadvantage and drive American business and jobs overseas? This is the one thing we can't afford to do. And today, we are closer to pro-growth, comprehensive tax reform than at any time in 30 years. And this moment may not come again. It may not come again. And as we move forward, I welcome your input, your feedback. We are open to the ideas that help drive America, again, into the lead pack for tax codes, that grow our economy and wages in a serious way, and that we continue to stay competitive in the future. So thank you again for having me. John, I'd be happy to take any questions the audience may have. You want to do that?
My questions for the chairman? Well, I'll start out with one while people are generally not a very reticent crowd. Have you thought about how other countries in the world might react to this, and whether it's consistent with obligations we have with the WTO or other trade organizations? And
yes, we've certainly given a great deal of thought to that. I think talk of a trade war is silly. Frankly, what will they complain about? Stop copying us? Stop border adjusting your taxes as we do? We chose not to use a value-added tax for a number of reasons and go to this simpler cash flow system based on consumption in the United States. We think it's far more pro-growth, simpler to comply with, but it is economically equivalent to the value-added tax and the approach they use. I've been involved in 12 to 14 free trade agreements America has in place, and I'm confident that we will meet any challenge at the WTO because we're no longer merely adjusting an income tax. We are transforming ourselves to this cash flow tax based on consumption here, and we believe it meets the standards and the critique of the WTO. And also, too, I didn't see Kevin Hassett here earlier. Kevin, I want to thank you, as I did Alan, in bringing many of these bold, innovative ideas to our attention and continuing throughout the years to work with us to mold it. So thank you.
I have a question. I wanted to ask you about the lower rate you were proposing for small business pass-throughs income. And what was the thought there, that large pass-through businesses would be taxed still at the higher individual rate, or that they would be taxed as corporations?
Yeah, no, all non-C Corps will be taxed at that lower rate. And this challenge came about simply because, as you know, the two biggest changes since Reagan reforms occurred. One, fewer and fewer Americans are paying more and more of the taxes. We know that on the individual level. But on the business side, fewer and fewer companies are organized as traditional C corporations. And so we wanted to make sure from a pro-growth standpoint that we were becoming competitive, not just on a part of the ledger, but the entire job creation network in the United States. So what we knew from the past efforts, and to acknowledge the contributions, the work that Dave Camp did as chairman here, the work that my predecessor Paul Ryan did as well, informed us throughout this, and what we had learned, that keeping it just tied to the individual rate makes it incredibly difficult and expensive to lower those rates enough to be competitive. And so that's why we took the approach of splitting out wage income from business income. We hope to do that in a simple way as possible with clarity going forward. But this discussion in that regard has actually helped us as we've looked at other parts of the tax code.
Chairman Brady, thank you for being here, and thank you for the speech as well. I'm curious, you've had some issues with retailers and refiners, and I'm just kind of curious as to how you would address the issue with retailers and refiners.
Sure. Look, imports are equally important to our economy as exports, but no one deserves special or favored treatment in our tax code, especially compared to our competitors worldwide. First, I don't think anything works as well for consumers as true competition. That's how you get better quality and better prices and better service. Secondly, I'm convinced that as we move this direction, as has happened in the past, that currencies don't freeze. The economy doesn't stop. That as we strengthen the U.S. economy, as we strengthen our exports, the dollar will strengthen. The result of that, ultimately, that imports, frankly, more of them are purchased with that dollar coming in. The trade balances will reestablish. But this isn't just an issue of trade flows. This is about job and investment flows. And there's no question what we are doing here with this redesign is to drive job and investment flows themselves into the United States. And so I'm confident that, one, because of the economy's competition, what we know how currencies adjust, and because we are listening carefully and exploring a number of ideas on both the design and the transition of this provision to accommodate some of the concerns, valid concerns. I'm convinced that we can accommodate those who are a bit of hysteria, not so much. But at the end of the day, our tax code is not going to favor U.S. or foreign products over ours. They'll be taxed equally. And by doing that, by bringing the spotlight down to the U.S. and consumption, we are going to eliminate every tax incentive to move those jobs and research and manufacturing overseas.
Mr. Chairman, if the value of the dollar doesn't go up by 25%, there's some concern that products are going to cost more money for consumers, TVs, clothes, for example. Can you guarantee that that will not happen? And if it does happen, should consumers be ready for that?
Yeah, so, an obvious question is what happens to the 43% cut in business rates under that scenario, which obviously should be factored into that. Secondly, I am confident that our currency markets worldwide don't stop that day, that they continue to adjust with stronger exports and a stronger economy. And I'm confident as well, sort of as the safety net under that the design of the border adjustability and the transition of it can allay those concerns. And I'll still say at the end of the day, the surest path to lower prices and better quality and service is through competition. And that's what occurs in this.
Mr. Chairman, have you given consideration at all to, rather than a wholesale replacement of the corporate tax day one, to have some sort of, say, predictable phase-in or phase replacement of the corporate tax?
So those are part of the discussion. The answer is yes. That's part of the transition process, and we have actively engaged leaders in the refining, the import refining, the export refiners, and others. The domestic producers are very excited about this blueprint. So yeah, we have asked leaders to engage with us on the design and the transition and phase in of all of this. My view is their concerns about consumer impacts or tax impacts, we don't want those either. And so the design of this blueprint is to accelerate the growth, to address the transition of where we want to go. But at the end of the day, know exactly what we have to do, become competitive globally, means we cannot stay with the status quo we have today. Everyone needs to understand that. We are not going to continue a tax code that favors foreign products over U.S. products or keeps in place incentives for companies in research and manufacturing to leave the U.S. At the end of the day, that's not going to happen.
Mr. Chairman, are your counterparts in the Senate on the same page with you? Are you working together on this, or do you foresee, some challenges of reconciling different views?
It seems unusual that the Senate and the House might be on a different page. Here's the great news. I watched the work that Chairman Hatch and the Finance Committee has done, an awful lot of work over a number of years in areas on taxation to become competitive. I think that's incredibly helpful. Secondly, the Senate needs to develop their ideas on tax reform. And in the House blueprint, not only did we include the ideas of more than 50 lawmakers and a number of the best ideas from tax leaders in our country, but we included the solutions of nearly 23 to be exact, U.S. senators. My view is not only do we share the goals of simplicity and fairness and competitiveness, we actually share the solutions for those as well. So we start, I think, from a very good place. Because we're going very bold to leapfrog, we expect the kind of questions we're getting from lawmakers, from policy leaders, from the business community as well. So I think all this is very healthy. And at the end of the day, I think having this discussion now, early and intense, helps us meet our deadline of doing this in 2017. You know, if I were smart, I would filibuster all these questions, you know, and just keep going on and on. But we want to get as many as we can.
Hi, Chairman. Brian Chung, S&P Global. So I had a question about, in the similar vein, what I guess the alignment was with the White House on this particular topic. There was some talk that the president may not have been on board with the border adjustment tax, may have actually been supporting a tariff of some sort with certain countries. Can you elaborate a little bit more about how your committee is chatting and being on the same page with the White House?
So we started in a very good place in the sense that President Trump's tax reform plan was probably 80%, I think, was the common figure between that and the Republican plan. That's an excellent place to start from. So we've had a lot of good discussions with both Vice President Pence, and the Trump team on every provision in the blueprint. I see the common ground growing more and more each day. You know, I think publicly it is easy, perhaps, to look at tax and trade issues as the same, but in truth, in this case, from a tax standpoint, we're talking about making the changes that allow us not just to meet what our competitors are how they're treating us, but to go beyond that. And I think tax done right can also lay the groundwork for trade agreements done right as well. And so my short answer is these discussions are exactly where I hope they would be at this point and going in the right direction. We're giving you a workout today with the microphone.
So first, on behalf of Georgetown, Mr. Chairman, let me thank you very much for being here. And let me commend you for taking such a bold step towards tax reform in the United States. You had mentioned that you're considering various alternatives in transition. And one issue that addresses is the concern that some importers have raised about the potential impacts on costs of imported goods. Another issue that's implicated by the transition rules is something that's raised by a very different constituency, one that doesn't worry about prices for people living in small towns in America, or but asset values from the perspective of the Wall Street. This is sort of the Wall Street asset value perspective, and I wonder whether you think that transition relief can also sort of address concerns about changes in the value of dollar-denominated contracts and stuff like that.
Yes, so we are. Thank you. That is a great question. So as we've engaged the import community, recognizing that the export community, the domestic producers and all play also a big role in the economy. So we've asked them key questions. Tell us about your business model, your global supply chain, the length of those contracts and the denominations of them. Give us, to the degree you're comfortable, the model that you're using. Because as I've assured them, look, these are bold changes. We don't expect industries to change on a dime. A lot has been put into the business models. So we know where we are going and going to end up, and we're listening carefully to the transition to get there. Because again, the more I learn about these models, these contracts, the supply chains, all this, the more confident I am that we can design this provision in the transition to be extremely pro-growth to the country, whether you are an exporter, an importer, or just a domestic producer. Thank you. Final thought. Thank you very much. No, stay, John. Look, this is a once-in-generation opportunity. This won't come back again. The elements that propelled President Reagan's reform have recreated themselves. We have a public that has had it up to here. The code is too complex. It's unfair. It's costly. It's special breaks for a lot of people and headaches for average people. They're fed up, just as they were before President Reagan led this effort. The second element is that there are bold, terrific tax reform ideas. Back then it was Jack Kemp and Bill Bradley. Today we have fair tax, flat tax, ABC tax, the work that's been done by Alan on the cash flow consumption tax, Kevin and others, and many lawmakers. That's recreated themselves. And now the third element has emerged, which is a president willing to lead on tax reform and expend political capital to make it done. That's why I know this is difficult, but this is our once-in-a-generation opportunity to do this, and I'm absolutely convinced with a lot of hard work, focused this year, we can get this done. And we'd love to have your input as we do it. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to, again, thank the chairman for taking time from what is an incredibly busy schedule on a Friday, but much more importantly, thank him for his leadership on maybe the most important transformational change in the history of our country on our business tax system. And he and the speaker are really leading the charge. So thank you. So now you can have your free lunch.
Well, you could. In fact, draft always proposed like put that in there to lower the tax, the corporate tax, to make the income tax. But he stops there. My question is whether you sort of just phase this thing in. If people are really concerned, we haven't never had to, know all the problems. Big questions about. That's the danger. Yeah, that's a danger. And probably a big danger. My concern was more if you tried to phase it in and just say we put in a 5% tax rate now and then a 10% and 20. What happens is that you lose some of the benefits of the cash flow tax. Because the idea being with write-off of investment